Good evening and welcome to the East Gippsland Shire Council meeting of Tuesday the 21st of October 2025. East Gippsland Shire Council live streams, records and publishes its meetings via webcasting. These recordings are available for viewing by the public by following the link on Council's website. During the meeting, any members of the public who are addressing the Council will have their image and comments recorded. No other person has the right to record Council meetings unless approval has been granted by the Chair. If technical difficulties are experienced with the live streaming during the meeting, we will adjourn until the issue is resolved. If they can't be resolved, the meeting may be postponed to a later date or time. East Gippsland Shire Council acknowledges the Gunai Kurno, the Monero and Bidawal people as the traditional custodians of this land that encompasses East Gippsland Shire and their enduring relationship with country. The traditional custodians have cared and nurtured East Gippsland for tens of thousands of years. Council values their living culture and practices and their right to self-determination. Council pays respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living in East Gippsland, their elders, past, present and future. (1.2) on the agenda is apologies, and for this evening there are none. I will now ask at 1.3 for declarations of conflict of interest. So councillors are reminded that the Local Government Act requires conflicts of interest to be disclosed in accordance with the procedures set out in the governance rules. This includes stating the following 3 points: the item for which you have a conflict, whether the conflict of interest is general or material, and an explanation of why the conflict exists. So I'll ask, are there any conflicts of interest for tonight's meeting? Councillor Crook, I'll start with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I have a conflict I'd like to declare in item 5.2.1. It's a material conflict of interest because the matter pertains to a rezoning of land in Eagle Point, where I live, specifically the land over my back fence. So I will remove myself from that part of the decision-making process this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And CEO Ms Weigel, you also have declaring a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mayor. I declare a conflict of interest in item 7.3, which is the appointment of an independent member to the CEO Employment and Remuneration Committee. I have a material conflict of interest given it's associated with my employment.
Thank you. So once we reach the relevant items, those with a conflict of interest must leave the meeting immediately before discussion begins, and you will be invited back into the meeting once that item has been completed. So thank you. 1.4, the confirmation of minutes. So on the agenda is the confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on 16th of September 25 and the unscheduled council meeting held on the 7th of October 2025? Thank you, Councillor Allen and Councillor Buckley. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Allen?
They were true and accurate reflection of both meetings. Thanks, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. And Councillor Buckley?
It's the same sentiments as Councillor Allen. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll ask the question though, does anyone oppose? Thank you. No one opposes. Anyone else wish to speak for or against? Okay. All right, well, I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That's unanimous, officers. Our next meeting is scheduled to be held on Tuesday, the 18th of November 2025 at the Corporate Centre here in 273 Main Street, Bairnsdale, commencing at 6 p.m. 1.6, requests for leave of absence. So I will ask Ms Weigel, are there any requests for leave of absence?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have received none at this stage.
Thank you. So now we'll move to 1.7, which is the open forum, and I understand that at 1.7.1 is petitions and that there are no petitions on the agenda tonight. But questions of council. I'll ask Ms Weigel, are there any questions of council?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have a number of questions of council this evening. Some have requested to be read out by myself and some will be asked by members who are here in the gallery.
Good, thank you. I suspected as much, that there may be a few questions. So before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone that when making your address, you show courtesy and respect to the council, its staff and the processes we follow. We also ask that you take direction from the chair whenever requested. So during public questions or submissions, there won't be any discussion or debate with attendees. However, councillors may ask questions for clarification of the attendee. So as chair, I may need to stop a question or submission if it's deemed inappropriate or not in line with council's governance rules or the Mutual Respect Charter. Each person addressing council is allocated a maximum of 5 minutes speaking time. There is a total of 10 public questions for tonight's meeting, submitted by 7 members of the community. 2 people have requested that the CEO present their questions on their behalf. These questions will be heard first, and then the individual community members present at the meeting will be called on to present their questions themselves. So, Ms Weigel, could you please present the questions you've been asked to read on behalf of a community member?
Thank you, Mayor. And as I'm presenting, I might ask that Chris Stevenson, our General Manager of Place and Community, comes to the table so he can provide some responses. The first question is from David Nicastro. I will read the question. Friends of Gippsland Lake welcomes the strong improvements in the final East Gippsland Shire Council Coastal and Marine Management Plan, and we feel it's important to acknowledge Council really listened to many of the community's concerns. As a next step, would Council be open to renaming EG 3.2 as a Coastal Adaptation Action Plan, in brackets CAAP, so the adaptation work is clearly gathered under one banner and decisions can be sequenced holistically and cost effectively? Thank you, and I'll ask Mr Stevenson to respond.
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mayor. First of all, thanks for the positive feedback, and we'd certainly like to acknowledge the significant input from friends of the Gippsland Lakes into this process. It's been quite significant. We're open to options that meet the intent here to ensure that the adaptation work is clearly gathered under one banner and decisions can be sequenced holistically and cost effectively. We believe that the current actions within the document, so there's EG 3.1, which says investigation of opportunities for dedicated adaptation planning and funding, as well as action 3.2, captures this intent, noting this adaptation planning will be funding dependent based on future council decisions. And just to let Mr Nicastro know, our preferred option is to modify wording for these actions in the implementation plan, and this will ensure this intent is made clear rather than adapting the coastal marine management plan that we have for council tonight.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. Mayor, the second question is from Anne Gleeson, and I'll read it now. Will Council, as residents' representative, commit to a co-design process for the development plan's neighbourhood interfaces so development poses no flood risk to existing residents and protects our streetscapes, character, and report how residents' feedback changes the plan? And I believe, Mayor, that whilst it doesn't acknowledge which development plan, this relates to the item considering a planning scheme amendment for Paynesville.
Thank you for that clarification.
I will ask again Mr Stevenson, our General Manager of Place and Community, to respond.
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mayor. So under the Planning and Environment Act 1987, development plans are exempt from public notice. However, Council has made a commitment to undertake community consultation on development plans, and that's outlined in our development plan policy. As per Council policy, Council will undertake one or more periods of public consultation throughout the development of the development plan, and this is to ensure the community gets a chance to have their say on all elements of the development plan and to ensure that, where possible, their feedback is incorporated into the final plan.
Thank you. So I will now ask Mr Peter Reefman to come forward and ask his questions. Thank you.
Yes, we might get you to use the microphone next year, but Stuart will help you with the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions and give the equivalent background. The two questions are linked or related, but the first question is how was and this relates to the insurance removal of payment, or the removal of council insuring public facilities on government land. The cost to insure, the question is, how was the impact to communities evaluated as part of the decision to cease providing insurance to DECA-appointed committees of management in East Gippsland, and how did council inform itself about any impacts? The second question is a little bit related, and I have here exhibits A, B and C, which are three of council's policy documents. Against the backdrop of East Gippsland Shire policies, East Gippsland Shire Council policies around community engagement, customer response and annual allocations, please explain how withdrawal of building insurance covered by council demonstrates commitment by council to the support of primarily more remote communities, as that is the demographics of the affected facilities. In terms of context, for the affected community facility committees, the cost to insure these facilities site by site is far in excess of the cost to council, and represents a cost transfer that is unsustainable for, I understand, probably all, but at least most of the facilities. If I use Flaggy Creek as an example, that's the committee that I'm on. That's my local hall facility. Our costs are covered approximately by the allocation that is given by council, plus a small amount of contributions from the local community who use the facility to fund the increase. That extra cost is clearly unsustainable for us, and I would imagine for most other facility committees. In terms of the consultation side, the council's community engagement policy states as objectives to promote a consistent approach to community engagement that is integrated into council activities, realising sustainable outcomes that benefit the community and reflect their input in fair and inclusive planning and decision-making processes, and strengthen relationships and trust between council, the community and stakeholders through collaborations, partnerships and new ways to involve and empower the community. While I'm said in here that no consultation happened, I'm not entirely sure that that's the case, but the people I have spoken to haven't indicated that there was any consultation in terms of that process of removing the insurance. When I received a letter, as the letter that came to us indicated, communicating with DECA, DECA sent a form letter saying we provide public liability but no other insurance. Yet that was something, I imagine that was probably known, but was still sent to us as something to pursue as a possible option, but that was a little bit frustrating to find that there was no option there. Now, many of the facilities are also recognised as being assembly areas, particularly in emergency situations, and so it's a significant impact that the community is seeing in this removal of the insurance. The second question, and this is where I'll relate to the policies a little bit more. Just a common reading of those three policies, and the policies in question are the customer response policy, the community engagement policy and the annual allocations policy. There is a lot in those that talks about supporting the communities, and as mentioned before, the impact. We will, in Flaggy Creek, we will be in a situation where we'll be crossing our fingers and hoping that nothing happens, because we are unable to do something, and the community here feels somewhat abandoned. The particular elements if I refer to the allocations policy, there's a couple of entries here. The context says Council plays a crucial role in supporting recreation and community facilities across the Shire. The statement says this policy provides fair and consistent funding formula for the distribution of annual funding for a committee that occupies a facility on council-owned or council-managed Crown land, or where land is occupied under an acceptable deed or trust for non-profit bodies incorporated within East Gippsland Shire.
Peter, I'll just interrupt you and say you have 30 seconds.
30
left.
seconds? Cool.
Yes.
From our Flaggy Creek perspective, this was land that was donated by the grandfather of a local farmer, and when it was donated, it may have been directed to the state government because it included a CFA shed, but it seems, based on the documents I've read, that there's really only a minor administrative thing that separates us from the council-owned facilities as opposed to DECA managed properties. And I would encourage council to reconsider their position on providing the insurance.
Good, thank you. Mr McConnell, could you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. And I'll just comment that the first response will be a bit longer than subsequent questions, just to get a little bit more context as we go. So, obviously, the decision was made as part of our ongoing review of appropriate allocation of council resources, and we are conscious about the impact this has for a number of committees of management. East Gippsland certainly has more Crown committees of management than most areas. It's a significant part of the community infrastructure in this area. But also in line with the guidance from DECA in terms of committees of management and those guidelines from April 24, Council doesn't have an obligation to insure state assets, and in fact that's something that councils across Victoria have taken a whole range of different positions on. That doesn't mean the council doesn't support those communities in other ways, but there's a whole range of positions that are taken. Importantly, DECA's advice has been that where there's an impact on a state-owned asset, funding for repair or replacement will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So effectively what DECA is saying is that they self-insure. So I know that doesn't give the same level of confidence to community groups, but effectively that's what DECA is saying. They say they self-insure and they'll make a decision on a case-by-case basis. And importantly, these are assets that, recognising the history, and the history you explained is probably very similar to many community halls where the community was involved in the building of them, etc. But in a formal sense, they sit there as DECA assets, and so that the DECA response there in terms of consideration of the need for support where there's loss is really important, because DECA are the first point of call, given it's their asset in that sense.
Can I just ask a clarification on that, or make it I believe that is that no? Okay,
Probably not.
And certainly happy to have conversations outside of this formal process. Yeah. So the other thing I do note is some other volunteer groups that are similarly state entities or related state entities in the same way that Crown committees of management are, also can access insurance through the Victorian Managed Insurance Agency, but again that is at a cost and that's recognised. Our commitments to continue with the allocations policy that we have and support committees in that way, and that hasn't changed. The thing that has changed is the insurance component. One thing that's really important to note in all of this is that policies that provide building cover also require the policyholder to commit to a minimum level of maintenance of the facility. And so that's obviously something else that needs to be taken into account when we're considering the whole cohort facilities. And our view is that those management responsibilities, maintenance responsibilities, sit with the committees of management as well. So they're the party that are in best placed in terms of any cover. We're working with DECA at the moment to, as are a number of other local governments, to identify the best ways to support committees in this context, and particularly in the context of insurance. So there's work happening at the moment. And it's also important to note Council provides a range of other support. We've talked about the annual allocation. There's support through maintenance, assistance with maintenance on a range of different facilities. And there's also support with grounds maintenance and mowing of sports fields and things like that happens as well. So I think it's really important to see that broader context of council support for the role and the work of the committees of management, but we do recognise the insurance matter is one that's caused some concern. And in relation to the second question, again, council will continue to support the committees of management through the financial year with the annual allocations process and through assistance with maintenance where there's specific requests and so on. And I know the feedback has, a number of committees have been very appreciative of the support that one of our officers gives in that space. So the committees that receive annual allocations will continue to do that, and will continue to with the grounds maintenance and other support that we do provide for DECA facilities. We will be reviewing the annual allocations policy, and that's certainly in recognition of this matter related to insurance and working out how through that annual allocations policy, the impact of changes in insurance arrangements can be recognised and mitigated. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have a question of clarification only?
Yes, Mayor, several actually. I'm happy to confine it to one or two if that need be. Thanks, Peter, for your submission and for printing out what I understand are a couple of our policies. Am I right in understanding that you are suggesting that we're in fact not following those policies?
That's what I'm suggesting, yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And further, Mayor, if I might, was the first time you heard of this change when you received a letter informing you that insurance had been withdrawn? Was there any consultation prior to that?
Not that I was aware of. Certainly I have no record of it. And that was, I believe, after the insurance had already been withdrawn.
Thank you. And one more, if I might, Mayor.
Yes, sure.
Yep. And am I clear in understanding that you believe that no other options exist for your community facility, and that with council's withdrawal of of the insurance, your community asset will be left either uninsured or left to the vagaries of DECA's case-by-case policy?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you. So now I will ask Ms. Cathy McClellan, please, to come forward and ask your questions of council.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So our question is, why is council dragging its feet in responding to serious concerns from committees about scrapping building insurance, leaving communities exposed and in the dark? So possibly Peter's covered some of this, but in case you're not aware, local halls in East Gippsland may be on Crown land managed by council or on DECA Crown land. It is a matter of historical accident which one a particular hall's on. The council have been covering the building insurance for buildings on DECA land since its formation 30 years ago. So I would suggest that its withdrawal is a significant policy change, not just an operational matter. Our committees were shocked to learn by letter about the 20th July that as of July the 1st, there was no longer any insurance for our buildings. And despite what you say, I haven't been able to find anything in DECA documents that says they may or may not rebuild things. They quite clearly say you will get covered for public liability operating as a committee of management, that building insurance may be provided by your local shire, is actually what it says. Publication of a press release by the Council in July highlighted the savings and provided more information through the paper about the decision than the letters we'd received. The press release congratulated the Council on saving $57,000 for the East Gippsland community, despite it becoming rapidly obvious that the lowest quotes individually for our halls ranged from $4,000 a year, some $8,000 to $10,000, and because Sarsfield's getting a new hall, ours is quoted, well, that was actually, who knows by the time it's finished, but $14,000 a year to insure. A quick mental arithmetic shows you that the bulk buy that Shire can get is at least 5 times cheaper than what individual halls would be able to get. And in fact, except for ones that have perhaps a really active sporting body or a caravan park attached, I'd suggest that almost all of them will not be able to pay insurance. The letter from Council also suggested that there were insurance providers that might meet our needs, and despite requests to clarify who this might be, we have not been provided with any advice. We've been advised to take it up with DECA, even though the Council itself knows dealing with DECA isn't going to be an easy thing, and definitely not easy for individual small community committees. So we've had no response, full stop, to 2 formal letters sent to Council, and one to all the councillors, on the 28th of August and then on the 12th of September. Also, very slow response to requests for return calls, and not in compliance with the Council's customer response policy. Just in case you don't actually get what halls are involved, the communities impacted by this are Bem River, Benambra, Bengwarden, Bonang, Bruthen, Buchan, Bullenwall, Cabbage Tree Creek, Can River, Cassilis, Clifton Creek, Club Terrace, Combine Ensay, Fernbank, Flaggy Creek, Galantapi, Glen Valley, Glenalladale, Goongerah, Hinnamungi, Johnsonville, Lakes Entrance, Lindenau, Lindenau South, Mossy Face, Nurrumbee, Now, Sarsfield, Swifts Creek, Tubbut, Wairira, Woogoomerang and Wyong. This is a very large group, spread over a very large area anyway, of people who do pay rates and would actually like their community assets supported. But finally, I'd like to acknowledge the support Sarsfield, along with pretty much everyone east of us, has received from the Council since the fires. And from those branches of the Shire, the importance of our hall as a space to support community wellbeing has been acknowledged and supported by the provision of both staff supporting us and assets such as a stand unit for communications, a generator to run the hall when the power's out, new tanks to have dedicated water, satellite internet, because many of these halls are, as Peter said, the place of last resort or the first resort after the disaster, and they're recognised by the Council as being really important places, and most of those places, except for maybe Bruthen and Buchan, they are the only place there are to get together. Like Sarsfield, no pub, no general store, just the hall. None of them are run as business ventures that can pay commercial insurance fees. Thank you. We would really like some help.
Thank you very much. Before you respond, Mr McConnell, I don't know whether it's out of order or not, but just to let you know that I actually did respond to your secretary over the issue of sending letters in. So just to let you know that I had replied to to your secretary, correct, Kate?
We had a conversation when I called you, but I haven't had a reply.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's carry on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So firstly, I think Sarsfield's a really good example of the kind of support that Council has and continues to provide to committees of management, and in the case of Sarsfield, the broader Sarsfield Community Association. And for those who aren't aware, Councillor through one of my teams at the moment is project managing the multi-million dollar build of a new facility there on behalf of the community, so the community aren't taking that risk and aren't having to do that day-to-day management. That said, the community committee have done a power of work in getting to this point and working with us and working with other funding agencies and so on. But I think it's a great example of the way in which council and community can work together. Certainly recognise that there have been lots of queries. We have responded to a very large number of those queries, both verbally and in writing. I certainly acknowledge also that there are some that we have not yet responded to, and some that require us to do some more careful thinking through, because the circumstances of each one are different. And as I alluded to earlier, there's further work that's happening just to try and think through what is the very best way of working through. I do note the references there to DECA and frustrations with DECA. I think maybe that's one area in which ourselves and council can work, ourselves and community can work closely together, because in fact these are Victorian State Government assets, and the Victorian State Government should be stepping up and more than a vague. We'll think about whether or not we consider funding for rebuilding on a case-by-case basis. So it is one where there's probably a common issue there, but I think the question is how we work together to make that case to the Victorian Government.
Good, thank you.
That's all right, because I think there's...
So I'd now ask Ms Joy Manley, would you like to come forward? Your question of council.
Excuse me, Mayor, could I perhaps just point of clarification? If we could ask those community members who are asking questions to stick to the question that they have submitted and the preamble that they have submitted, I think that would help with the proceedings. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Joy Manley. I'm the Secretary of both Brewden Mechanics Hall and Mossy Face Memorial Hall. When will Council review its current support for community committees of management to ensure that the support provided across the Shire is equitable for all communities?
You still had 4.5 minutes left.
I was asking to do
That's good. No, that's very good. Yes. So Mr McConnell, could you please respond?
So,
Go ahead with your preamble if you wish. Yeah.
The 33 out of the 71 committees of management are appointed by council, with the remainder appointed by DECA, and in our area it's DECA land, and Brewden Hall has a history of being developed since 1883. There are significant benefits associated with being a committee appointed by council, which we are now becoming more aware of, and direct support from council for strategic and practical maintenance and other support, which you've been talking about. Access to support for grants, especially those requiring matching funding. The ability for council to invest capital resources in facilities to support improvements, and now insurance cover. DECA appointed committees of management in East Gippsland are now to be further disadvantaged simply because of their appointment status, historical circumstances that they cannot influence. The issues around insurance are only issues because of this two-tiered support system that can only be addressed by council. There are now fewer communities receiving building insurance provided by council. There's only 33 sites now being insured, and it's been withdrawn from 38 sites across the Shire.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mayor. So we certainly acknowledge that the policy requires some further review, and noting that we did noting the current policy has recently been approved, and that was, in a sense, the existing policy was rolled over, and the purpose for that was to make sure that we could continue with the allocations for this year. So we didn't want the fact that the policy was due for review to stop money getting to committees. So that's why that's been done for the moment. But there is a further review that's required that takes into account some of these inconsistencies that are noted in relation to the current policy. And that's that work associated with the support for communities and management is required, and before a new policy and then payment formula that obviously will in this case now take into account the position in relation to insurance before that can be developed. So this work is intended to take place over this financial year. And we'll continue to work with DECA on their approach and also how that can be reflected in that allocations policy that's subject for review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Any questions?
for that, Joy. Yes, I don't see any clarification questions being asked. Oh, yes, you do.
Just ask one, if I may, Mayor. Thank you. So I know that I can sense in your response that there is a great deal of community concern and pain, and I acknowledge that. My question is that you made reference to that there has been some positive outcomes in understanding from a committee of management's aspect of things that need to happen. Would you agree that that's the case? And I just want to elicit a little bit more of a response in regards to that out of this process.
Positive things as the help we get from Shire, is that what you mean?
Well, more so the fact that perhaps committees through this, painful process are understanding that there have been shortfalls. Have you experienced that in perhaps your maintenance or your understanding about insurance and other things like that?
We haven't, the shortfall is certainly going to be around insurance, and I feel that when we get our allocation, it covers our power bills. We have to pay power bills, water bills, and we pay for a cleaner to come in and do some cleaning. So that really is all that is used for. So really it's things like we've had broken windows recently. We've had to find the money to pay for those. We've had people breaking in. We've got some lovely old windows at the front of the building. One of them needs replacing and repairing at the moment, and so that's going to be altogether with painting it. There's going to be well over $1,000 doing that. So it's just money. We have less than $2,000 in the bank account at the moment. So.
And I think that's probably reflective. Yeah. Right across the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Miss Ellie Edwards, could you please come and ask your question?
Hi, I'm Ellie Edwards from Fernbank, dedicated committee member for many years than I care to remember. So my question is, why does Council expect community committees to engage with DECA directly, given there is no indication DECA will consider its stance? Council's own negotiations have failed, and DECA appears uninterested in the viability of local communities in Gippsland. And why was withdrawal of building insurance cover supported in the absence of exploring possible alternative approaches to continue to ensure that DECA managed sites in East Gippsland communities have appropriate and affordable insurance cover?
Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you. Again, so council is operating within a framework here also that DECA has established. So that's the context that we're working with. We'll continue to work with committees of management and with DECA on this issue. And I think it's also important that committees of management work with DECA on the issue. Again, I'll just reiterate, the advice we have from DECA is that they will consider if there is a loss, a facility was to burn down or similar, that they'll consider that on a case-by-case basis as part of what's effectively a self-insurance model that they've adopted. So we appreciate that gives less certainty for communities. I certainly appreciate that.
Yes, there's no
Yep.
certainty.
Yep. But again, these are state assets, and I think it's important that we all work with DECA and with the relevant ministers to make sure that the arrangements can be put in place for these facilities. In relation to the second question about, again, we're continuing to work with DECA at the moment to explore what some of those alternatives might be, and we'll continue to work with both DECA and committees of management on that. We've certainly had some discussions with councillors too about this context. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Now ask Bev Cree to come forward, please.
Good evening. I also represent the firm Bank Hall. I've got two questions. I can go through a long list of contexts, but I have sent that through already, so but I'll read out my two questions. Why has East Gippsland Shire really decided to cease paying for building insurance for approximately 40 local community facilities across the Shire? And is Council prepared to reverse this decision?
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So again, to some extent I've covered the first question in the previous responses. It is about appropriate allocation of council's resources. It is also about the appropriate responsibilities of state government for state facilities. And it's also an understanding about, not for all insurance claims, but for some insurance claims, they will be very much dependent on the facilities being appropriately maintained. And that's something that would need to be worked out from the community management's perspective, because they're the ones who are tasked with that maintaining rather than council. So there's a range of things that play into that particular issue. In relation to is council prepared to reverse its decision? I think again we've got a commitment already that we will be reviewing the allocations policy, and part of that is to recognise the cost account to committees in relation to insurance. So that's one of the things that we'll be working through. And we'll also be continuing to work with DECA. We met with DECA as recently as yesterday, again, exploring this issue and how we can work through. And so DECA needs to be integral to what a future position is on that issue. Have I spoken too much?
Yeah, you just took too long, Stuart.
So I think in all of this, it's really important. Council's committed to continuing to work and support committees of management. That happens across a range of things, through the annual allocations, through maintenance, through grounds maintenance. There's a range of different things. In some cases, through some special projects where there's additional project management and other things. So we're committed to working with committees of management to support them. We're working actively with DECA to try and work through the best solution on this. As I said earlier, effectively, the advice from DECA is they take a self-insurance perspective, and it's important that DECA do make a contribution where there is a loss, and it's important that the facilities be reinstated. We're currently in discussions with DECA, we're currently in discussions with councillors, and certainly all of the views that have been raised and put so far tonight, and I'm sure there will be a little bit more of that before the meeting is concluded, those matters are being considered, and we'll be in a position to provide some more information to affected communities shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. At item 1.7.3, which is public submissions, we have 6 speakers for tonight's meeting, and 3 speakers wish to speak to the item 5.2.1, so when we get to that, one speaker wishes to speak to item 5.2.2. So these submissions will be heard when we get to these items on the agenda, but Right now, our first speaker is Mr. Michael Harrington, which I just know as Mick. Would you please come forward?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name's Mick Harrington. I'm speaking tonight as a volunteer, an East Gippslander, and someone who's seen firsthand the value that people that manage our halls, our ovals and our public spaces do right across the region. For generations, these volunteers have kept our small communities' hearts beating. Your own council website says neighbourhood houses are the heart of our communities. They bring people together to connect, learn and contribute. Now, while they may not be neighbourhood houses, they certainly are for us. The community halls and reserve managed by committees of management, they really are our neighbourhood houses. They're where we host fundraisers after fires, gather in times of emergency, host Christmas concerts, pursue our sporting interests, sometimes badly like me, and keep in contact with our communities. The decision to remove building insurance from Crown Land committees of management affects 43 volunteer committees who now have to either find thousands of dollars a year to insure those assets themselves or risk leaving them uninsured. These aren't paid professionals, they're retirees, farmers, mums, dads, business owners and dedicated community-minded individuals who are doing their best to maintain public assets on behalf of everyone and all ratepayers in East Gippsland. Council's own community engagement policy makes it a clear commitment to engage early, provide timely and relevant information to interested parties, and to tell the community how our feedback will be influencing decisions. Let's be clear, those promises weren't kept in this case. There was no public consultation, at least not where I am involved in, at the Lindenow South Recreation Reserve. No impact assessment that included our groups. And there was certainly no formal opportunity for the committees of management, who are the very people affected, to have their say before a decision was made. In my own research, however cursory it may be, and through conversations throughout the region, I can't find another Victorian Shire taking this exact approach. Our neighbouring Wellington Shire Council still supports committees of management on Crown Land and continues to insure their assets. I've been asked by the community, they want to know why East Gippsland Shire are doing this. They want to know why is there such a massive disparity between how neighbouring councils treat their volunteers and why are our communities somehow less deserving of the same support and respect. Because from where we stand, it feels like East Gippsland Shire Council has turned its back on the very people keeping our community spaces open. Locals are not demanding miracles, they just want fairness, transparency and genuine engagement. Keyword genuine. Tonight, on behalf of committees of management all over East Gippsland, I'm asking Council to acknowledge that this decision should have involved proper community consultation, pause implementation or reverse it until consultation actually does take place, and work with affected committees of management to explore options for continued insurance or a staged transition to self-insuring. I've also had people ask for a report outlining what alternative savings or efficiencies were considered and why this particular path was chosen. In closing, East Gippsland's always run on the strength of volunteers. Every playground, every reserve, every rural hall that's still standing owes something to the thousands of unpaid hours that are sitting just there. Saving $57,000 might look really ideal on a spreadsheet, but if it forces even a handful of our community facilities to close, that's not efficiency, it's a massive loss to the social fabric of our region. And let's be honest, our state government can barely fix a pothole. They are not going to pick up the tab for insurance. Let's be clear. All we're asking for Council to do is live up to its own community engagement policy and stand beside, not above, the people who make this Shire what it is. Thank you for your time. I hope my words weren't too strong, but I'm pretty passionate about it. I sincerely hope Council will reconsider this decision and bring the community to the table before moving forward with this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mick, for your impassioned speech. Thank you. Councillors, any clarification? So,
Come back, Mick. Sorry. We're not done with you yet.
Sorry, mate, I was a bit too slow there. Thanks for coming in this evening and putting your views forward. It's really valuable for us to appreciate where the community stands. on these matters. Just a question of clarification. So is your understanding that some of the community assets, whether it's the halls or the sporting clubs, will in fact close as a result of this decision, or are we not sort of at that point yet?
I don't know if we're quite at that point yet, but some of the smaller ones, I think Lindenow South Rec Reserve, we might be able to scrape together the money but will leave us with basically nothing in the bank, or having to dip into representative clubs' budgets to fund the insurance. But some of the smaller facilities like Glenalladale and Fernbank, they don't have the income level that Lindenow South has, however meagre that is. They just don't have those resources, so it's something that can potentially happen for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to say quickly, Tom, I know we're political differences on a lot of things, but I appreciate the work you're doing in this space, mate. It's very good work, so thank you.
Thanks.
So our next speaker is Mr. Gary, is it Maskell or just Maskell? Thank you. Would you please come forward?
Good evening. As mentioned, my name's Gary Maskell. I am the Commodore of the Gippsland Lake Yacht Club. And tonight I'm here speaking on behalf of more than 300 members. On the 17th of September 1947, the Department of Lands and Surveys gave our club permission to establish a clubhouse and boat shed at Fleischer's Point on the Paynesville Foreshore Reserve. Since then, over 77 years ago, our members have worked tirelessly to fund, build and maintain not only the facilities you see there today, but the land itself. Back then it was mostly swamp, and our members backfilled it by hand to stop it from flooding, and we've continued to maintain it ever since. The Gippsland Lake Yacht Club is proudly volunteer run and has remained largely self-funded throughout its history. This is made possible through membership and storage fees and the dedication of our volunteers. Our volunteers have helped run state and national level sailing events in Paynesville, and that is how we have raised funds to keep it all going. Our facilities are not just for sailing. In the spirit of community support, we have consistently made them available at no cost to other not-for-profit incorporated associations. These include, but are not limited to, Probus, Lions, BirdLife East Gippsland, the Paynesville Classic Boat Rally, Paynesville and District Financial Services that run the Bendigo Community Bank branch, and the Paynesville Business and Tourism Association. While the current plan for the redevelopment of the site was not initiated by the Gippsland Lake Yacht Club, we have and will continue to work constructively with the Shire Council, whether through redevelopment or renovation of existing facilities. Our goal remains clear: to ensure the long-term secure tenancy of the Gippsland Lake Yacht Club at this site, so we can continue serving both our members and the broader Paynesville community for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. No questions or clarification? No, thank you very much for your submission. We'll just move along to item 1.8, which is items for noting, and there are no items to be tabled at tonight's meeting. Item 2 is for notices of motion, and there are none for tonight's meeting. Deferred business, item 3, there is no deferred business for tonight's meeting. And at item 4, which is Councillor Delegate Reports, and councillors, I encourage you to submit your delegate reports to be included in the minutes of this meeting. Thank you. Item 5, officer reports. And the first report is item 5.1.1, to adopt our annual report for 2024 and 25. So I'd ask the General Manager of Business Excellence, Ms Sarah Johnson, would you please come forward and present your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so, councillors, before you tonight is a report about our annual report. Funnily enough, and the idea is to adopt the annual report for 24-25. The annual report is a pretty significant achievement, and it highlights many of the significant achievements across advocacy, capital works, community programs and organisational performance for the last financial year. It also highlights some of the challenges that we've had and how we propose to manage and mitigate those challenges going into the future. I'll touch on just a few highlights. So one of the highlights for the last annual report was obviously the community vision, which was reviewed, and the significant engagement that went into developing the community vision across the last financial year. From a major projects perspective, we opened the World Sporting Precinct in Bairnsdale. We also launched Victoria's first local emergency dashboard, which was actually an idea seeded by small community groups, and it won an award for us just recently at some of our local government awards too. We also, the Capital Works program included lighting upgrades, play areas, changing places facilities, streetscape improvements in the likes of Malakuta and Lakes Entrance. Also, the report highlights some of our asset management, so the maintenance of 3,000 odd kilometres of roads, 191 bridges, 267 odd hectares of parks and gardens, 292 kilometres of footpaths and 73 kilometres of walking paths, just to name a few. From a financial perspective, and there is a whole financial report within and nested within the annual report, the first thing I wanted to highlight is the Victorian Auditor General's Office have said that the accounts are presented fairly, which is a really significant piece for us and a significant milestone, and something that the Victorian Auditor General's Office provides as independent assurance that we're reporting things in a way that are fair and presented in a financially sense fair for the community. As some of our operating results, I'll just run through them quite briefly. So the net operating result was $25.5 million. Our total income was $171 million, which was 6%-ish above budget, mainly driven by early receipt of the financial assistance grants and some higher user fees in some of our services. And our operating expenditure was $146.2 million, which was 10% over budget. The main reasons for that were increased employee costs and asset write-offs, something that we are maintaining a significant view and looking into from a reporting sense in the coming financial year as well. Capital Works, we invested $43.8 million, and there was some significant deferrals. And you'll see one of the actions in the council plan is to look at how we do project management and how we provide a focus on project management going forward. So I thought that was important to highlight. One of the other parts that I wanted to highlight before I hand the report back over to you is that there's 6 key financial sustainability indicators, and they're endorsed by the Victorian Auditor General's Office. They're fairly important from a local government sense, especially in Victoria. I wanted to highlight that from our perspective, 5 of these 6 are in a low risk rating, which is a really positive thing, and it means that overall our risk is low in this area. There is one, the underlying deficit, which is in a medium risk rating because it's below the 5% that is the target that's set by the Victorian Auditor General's Office. That's something that we're monitoring, and again you can see that in our budget for 25-26 and our 10-year financial plan, we are looking to develop a financial sustainability strategy to make sure that we've got a strategy in place for this over the long term. That was all from my end. Back over to you, Mayor, for questions.
Thank you, Sarah. So, councillors, any questions of the officers? Councillor East.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I have sent Sarah a number of questions through which she has said that she'll answer, but just a query around the medium risk item and it being possibly high, you know, it's higher than we want. We're looking for low risk outcomes. I'm wondering if the wages had not been 4.5 million over what was expected, which we didn't find out about until the end of the year, basically, would that have made much difference to that particular item or not?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Eastman, and obviously through you, Mayor. Yes and no. It obviously would have softened it slightly, but it wouldn't have got to the target. So the target for the the Victorian industry is above 5%. You can see that our result this financial year is minus 3.63%. It has been an ongoing issue that we've been reporting, and if you look at the 10-year plan, we still are forecasting below 5% underlying deficits across the longer term as well. We average out as a positive, but there are still forecasts there, and that's why the lever is to go, yes, we're in a strong financial position, we have no qualms at all, and the CFO, Ernest Mahandi, is sitting next to me saying he knows that we're in a strong financial position. What we want to make sure, though, is that we've got a really positive legacy and a strategy going forward, so that in the 5-year to 10-year term, we don't run ourselves into trouble, and we've got strategies now in place to mitigate that.
One more, if I may, Mayor. With the overspends in certain areas, we seem to fall behind in keeping up with our capital budgets and end up with carry forwards and whatever. Are we clawing back any of that into the future, or does it look like we'll continue to lag behind our delivery of capital budgets as we go into overspends?
Yeah, look, thank you, Councillor Eastman, and good question, and obviously through you, Mayor. The best person to be talking to about the capital budget and the forecast would be the General Manager of Assets and Environment, but I'll have a stab at it to begin with. We are monitoring it really closely, and we have targets, internal targets in place to monitor how we're going to deliver the significant capital budgets that we have set ourselves in place across, the next few financial years. Yes, this year we didn't achieve the target that we wanted to, but it is something that we are actively monitoring, and it's something that we have we've been developing a project management framework around to try to address what some of the issues are around us not being able to deliver that. Some of them are external, of course, so some of them we have no control of, but the ones that we do have control of, we're committed to working through how we can address that. But yes, there was carry forwards into the 25-26 budget as a result of some of the underspends in 24-25.
Councillor Buckley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for the positive report. I look forward to speaking to some of the benefits that we've just witnessed. And my question, though, is it's also regarding the deficit. And it's around, was the decision that Council made to go below the rate cap to try and assist ratepayers with the cost of living crisis, was that part of the reason that we have a deficit?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Buckley. It's a really good question because it's a really fine balance that you've got. Sorry, through you, Mayor. It's a really fine balance that you've got to have in being able to support community and support cost of living, and obviously being able to deliver really fantastic services. And we can see and hear that we think that we've got some service gaps in some of the questions that we've had tonight based on a policy decision that we did make. As to the rate cap, so this financial year, that may be something that we see going forward, but remembering that the financial report for last, it's very confusing because we've got different financial years.
Yep.
It wouldn't have impacted it last financial year, but they may be something that we can see coming forward in this financial year.
Getting ahead of myself as usual, but thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, would somebody like to move the motion? Councillor Buckley. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Allen, thank you. So, Councillor Buckley, would you wish to speak to this this annual report, please?
Okay. So, good evening, everyone, and thanks for being here. I'm going to talk on some positive things now because it's been hard for all of us tonight to listen to the community feedback, but it's been really sobering, and I thank you for your honest and frank discussions on that. So it is really fantastic to be able to acknowledge some of the achievements that we have done, and they belong to all of us in East Gippsland. So this year we've set a new benchmark for community engagement, would you believe? Perhaps we didn't quite on this one, but I can tell you the data states that we've had over 4,000 people take part in shaping our community vision for 2040 and our new council plan. And that's not just a number, it's a sign of how much our community cares and how seriously we take your voices, and we do. I've taken your voices very seriously tonight when I've had the opportunity to listen, and that will shape our decision when we come to making a decision, the decisions that we have to. A special thank you to the 22 community members who gave their time and insights to help shape our long-term plans, finances, assets and health and wellbeing. We also celebrated the opening of the World Sporting Precinct in Bairnsdale, 8 courts, a new hockey field, a new pavilion. Those are just not facilities, they're places where community come together, stay active and build lifelong memories. We led the way in the emergency preparedness, launching Victoria's first local emergency dashboard. So now our community has a single trusted place to find emergency information when it matters most. And I remember being in the initial conversations up in Benambra when we were responding to the 2020 fires and hearing those voices shout loudly that we needed this emergency dashboard, and the council's delivered on that. So I'm really impressed that we got there eventually, and we're providing this new service. So, in closing, for those who love the outdoors, we've got the Omeo, stage 1 of the Omeo mountain bike trails are now open, which is 50 kilometres of trails for riders of all abilities, with the new facilities at Livingston Park. That's a win for locals and a draw card for visitors, and it's made a major difference for the businesses in Omeo. They come to me all the time and say, you know, this is really, it's great, and now we just have to build some accommodation for all the extra numbers. So, in short, this year's achievements are a credit to our community, our staff and our fellow councillors. And I thank you for your passion and your ideas and your commitment for making East Gippsland a better place for everyone. So sometimes we really do get it right, and I think that that's what we have to continue to achieve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Buckley. So, Councillor Allen, you'd like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, it's a very, very extensive report, and when you sit down and see in one place all the services that Council provide and all the projects that we've completed over the last year, you realise just how big a job it is to provide all these services. So I commend everyone to read this report and to councillors to adopt it. But mostly I just want to congratulate our staff on providing all these services, delivering everything that we do, because as councillors, we don't do much except sit here. They do it at the coalface.
I don't know about that.
So well done and congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Is the motion opposed? I see nobody. How about anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Okay. Before I put it to the vote then, but actually I'd like to say just one thing. We're 4 months into the next year, and I can tell you there is so much already happened in these 4 months that it's busting to get into the next annual report, which will be quite exciting also. So thank you for listening to that. All right, councillors, all those in favour? Thank you. That's passed unanimously. Yeah. So we have a changing of the guard with Sarah's officers, but also while there's a slight changeover, those in the gallery are quite welcome to stay, but if you, because some of this is riveting, of course, but if you do wish to leave, I'll give you a moment or two to exit the building. But thank you for your attendance.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm fine. Do you want that off? Yeah. If anyone gets overheated, I'll turn it back on.
All right. I feel we should continue. So this is 5.1.2, which is our, I don't know what the S5's for, Sarah, but you might be able to explain it. But the instrument of delegation, council to the Chief Executive Officer. So would you please present your report?
Thank you, Mayor. So before you tonight is a report titled the Section 5 Instrument of Delegation Council to CEO. So the key points for this particular one, that under Section 11 of the Local Government Act, Council may delegate powers, duties and functions to the CEO in order to facilitate efficient and effective day-to-day operations of Council. So this is a really important one in the sense of how we get things done. So Council's delegation to the CEO was last resolved in October 2021. And Council must review the Section 5 within 12 months of a general election, which is now. Delegations obviously are pretty critical governance tools because they enable Council to authorise and exercise specific powers, duties and functions under the legislation, again, to support the day-to-day operations of Council. There's also a series of things that you cannot delegate, and those are detailed in the report for those that are interested, and that, again, is specific under the Local Government Act. The report itself recommends that the existing financial delegation, which is one of the key parts of the Section 5, remains at $500,000, so no change to that at all, except for the move from being GST inclusive to GST exclusive. And the reason for that is really just to align with our budgeting. So if we think about how we budget internally, it just gives us that consistency. It's also from an industry best practice perspective. If we look at what the Municipal Association of Victoria recommends, what the Maddox legal team recommend, they recommend that it is exclusive of GST. The report also recommends that the Council amend a specific clause in the instrument to allow the CEO to approve expenditure for statutory fees, charges, payments or insurance premiums, not up to a delegated cap, but to be approved within the budget. So the councillor group approve the budget and that gives it the power, then the CEO can approve those payments up to those limits within the budget, and obviously the reporting back would be against the budget. I think that's all I'll say at this point. So the report is presented to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? Councillor Eastman first, then Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is just because I'm not sure how things work with this, Sarah. With variations to contracts, does that come under this delegation policy or procurement policy?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Eastman, and through you, Mayor. It's a really good question. So what the Section 5 sets is the max delegation for the CEO to be able to approve. Now, if a variation was to go above that max delegation, that would obviously be needing to be going back through the councillor group in line with our procurement policy, and those variation limits are defined there. Also, when you recommend or when you approve a particular contract, you can see that the contract might say that the amount approved is, let's pick a sum, $1 million, with a contingency of 20%. And so that 20% would be within the amount that council has approved for spending up to. And if you went outside of that, then you would have to go back to the councillor group again. So they are same and different. The Section 5 allows us spend up to $500,000 by the CEO, but the variation piece sits within the procurement policy.
Okay.
I might need some clarification on that. So if, for example, it was a $2 million project and because it's such an expensive project, we say 10% variation or even 20%, 400,000, it might still come within the CEO's delegation. So which comes first, the variation or the delegation? At what stage do we say this variation can't come under the delegation even if it's within the dollar total of the delegation?
Yeah, look, thanks, Councillor Eastman, and again through you, Mayor. It depends. It's case by case in the sense that if a recommendation has come before the council group and it says that the contract amount is X amount and you approve the business to spend a contingency of 10% or 20% or whatever it is, then the business can spend up to and amongst that piece without coming back. But Again, if that's not part of the recommendation, you would go through the procurement policy and look at the different variations up to the cap of the CEO's delegation of 500,000.
Okay. Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'm just wondering where the new delegation limits fit within similar delegations for other councils, and whether ours is somewhere in the middle or at the higher end or the lower end, or just making sure that we're in line with expectations and what other local governments are doing.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cook. Good question. And through you, Mayor, we are consistent. In fact, when we've done a bit of a comparison, we're probably at the lower end. I'm not sure if Janelle has got those figures offhand and wanted to provide any further comments. She's shaking her head at me. I can rattle some of them off if you give me a chance to have a look at them. But from what I can gather, I think we looked at about 15 odd different local governments, and we would have, based on our capital program spend, been at the lower end of the delegation limit.
Yeah, thank you. That's fine. I don't need the individual amounts for the different councils. Just wanted to be reassured that we were somewhere in the middle, and if we're at the lower end, that's probably okay too. Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you.
Yes?
Sarah, just a question about the approved expenditure up to 1.1 for statutory payments such as the Emergency Services Volunteer Fund. I imagine that is going to be quite a lot more than that 1.1. Do you have an idea of what that amount will be?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Councillor Ashworth, and that's why the new delegation looks to move that to the actual amount. So these are statutory payments that you have to pay. We can't say, no, we're not going to pay the Emergency Services Levy, and we're not going to say, no, we can't pay our work cover premiums. They're hitting above those amounts. They might hit above those amounts. So what we're saying is, through the updated, and it's the one that's here for you tonight to consider, let's align that to the budgeted spends, well, what's been put in the budget, and if it goes outside that budget, then that's when the report back would come up to the councillor group from an assurance perspective. But the reality is you have to make those payments, or otherwise there will be repercussions. Does that answer the question?
Councillor Buckley.
What would those repercussions be if the council decided not to pay the state government the Emergency Services Levy?
Thanks, Councillor Buckley. I saw that one coming. And through you, Mayor, look, I would have to take that one on notice. It is legislated that we have to pay that levy at the percentage that is set in the legislation. The industry's done a whole lot of lobbying and advocacy around that piece. As to the actual specific penalties, I wouldn't be able to answer that tonight, but I can come back to you.
I look forward to that. Thanks, Sarah.
I was thinking of even more devious, that actually had to come to council to be approved and we voted against. What would that do?
Governance rules for that.
Here comes the monitor. All right, thank you for that. So if there are no more questions, would somebody like to move motion for this? Oh, good, thank you, Councillor Buckley. Do I have a second? Councillor Crook. Good. So would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, look, just in brief, councillors were beholden to ensure that we allow the CEO the instruments and tools to be able to do the work that she has set, and that we've allocated. So I support this motion, and I entrust that it will be used accordingly, and councillors will be always informed and briefed where need be. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Nothing? Okay, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against? See nobody? Anyone else like to speak for the motion? No one. Okay then, I'll put this to the vote. So, councillors, all those in favour? Again, unanimous. Officers, thank you. 5.1.3, again, Ms Johnson, our risk management policy. So could you please present your report?
Thank you, Mayor. So the key points for this particular report for Council to consider is that Council adopted the current risk management policy on the 29th of November 2022. Since then, there's been significant and comprehensive review of the risk management framework has been undertaken to make sure that it is fit for purpose and aligned with best practice. At the core of the framework is the risk management policy, which sets out the principles for how risk is understood, assessed and managed across the organisation. The policy defines Council's risk appetite and tolerance levels, clarifying the degree of risk that Council is willing to accept in pursuit of your objectives. It also ensures that risk is embedded in decision-making, supporting both strategic and operational objectives, and promotes a culture of accountability and continuous improvement throughout the organisation. Something that's been a key part that's also been watched closely and monitored carefully with input from the Audit and Risk Committee across the journey of getting the risk management policy to this particular point as well. I think that's all. So the report is for you for consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, has anyone got a question for Ms Johnson? Okay, I see nobody. Somebody to move the motion, please. Councillor Farquhar, and did I see Councillor Eastman put her hand up? Okay, thank you. Councillor Farquhar, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is a very important policy document that we have quite a bit of discussion on, and I believe that it's in line with all our discussions and look forward to seeing it being implemented.
Thank you. Councillor Eastman?
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate staff and particularly Janelle on the exceptional work she's done with the development of the risk management framework. I think it's wonderful to see that we're in line with ISO 31000, and I'm pleased to see the commitment from Sarah and her team to getting all staff trained up and evaluating projects and everything they do against this framework. I think it'll stand Council in good stead into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone oppose the motion? See nobody. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, thank you, councillors. So we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Again, officers, unanimous. Another one for Ms Johnson. Busy night for you. So it's our summary of our councillor briefing sessions, which, yes, I'm looking forward to your presentation on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So look, quickly, obviously councillor briefings are not formal decision-making forums, but they are essential in making sure councillors have the information they need to inform decisions at council meetings. There was a change of process not too long ago, and as part of that proactive step, the briefing summaries are now presented through a formal council meeting to make sure community are aware of what the topics are that are being discussed at council briefings. The council briefings that are attached for this particular council meeting are the 9th of September, the 16th of September and the 7th of October, and those are attachments 1, 2, 3. I think that's all I needed to say, so thank you and for your consideration, Mayor.
Thank you. So questions, Councillor Buckley?
Mayor, if I may, is this just a question to the CEO? This is an appropriate time to move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor, for your questions for you, Mayor. If there are no questions on this, yes, this would be an appropriate time to move a motion. It may be the officer's recommendation, or you may have another motion you wish to move.
Yeah, no, look, thank you.
Well, I did not get a chance to ask questions, so I will ask now. So
sorry, it was just a seeking clarification.
So, councillors, do you have any questions of Ms Johnson? Well, there you go. I've interrupted you. And
No, I just thought that this was, there's an alternative one, or is that the motion that's at present that you sent me before?
The one that you have, as an email, so then you can move.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this motion, Mayor.
Okay, let's see what it is.
Yes, so would you like me to read
Yes,
out?
please.
That Council receives and notes this report and all attachments pertaining to this report, And 2, authorises the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to publish further counselling briefings, summaries on Council's website without the need for further Council resolutions to promote transparency and public confidence in Council decision-making processes. Yep, amen.
Very good. Do we need a seconder now? Yes. Councillor Crook, thank you. Now you may
Speak
if you
to
wish,
it.
speak
Yes,
to it.
yeah, just
yes.
look very briefly. This has been a long time in the process that I've been working on, and councillors for quite some time over the past years, that transparency is so important, that people are informed. We need to get better at doing that. This is one of those steps in doing that, that ensuring that that our briefings go out to the public. We're working on a transparency portal, so it will make it community informed in a way that that we're taking them along on the journey, and we realise that we need to do that better. And tonight's questions at question time, make that apparent, that sometimes the bullets fired before, and loaded and the bullets fired before we've had those important discussions. So this allows community to be able to go to our website and see the briefings that are coming to councillors, and that tables in just short references of what we're talking about, what we're considering, and that allows a little bit of pre-warning to community that these are the things that are topical, and that's good for everybody. So I really recommend this. This is just ensuring that it's a regular basis, then it doesn't have to come to every council meeting. You can expect to see that as we go along every month, and I think it's a really good thing that officers have worked on and that the council has supported. So I ask the councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Now, Councillor Crook.
Yeah, just briefly, Mayor, as has been suggested, the publication of council briefing minutes is a good way for community to be more across the matters that council will be bringing to meetings for decision, and to have an insight into some of our deliberations. The motion before us specifically requests that, just as matter of course, those briefing notes are available on the council's website, as opposed to having to come to a council meeting for approval, because we don't feel like it needs to come to a council meeting. Those can just get published on our website so people can access them whenever they choose to. So I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against?
No.
No? Does anyone else wish to speak for? Thank you, Councillor Eastman.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. It's pleasing to see that we're putting the briefing notes in our minutes. I'd like to point out that until the 2020 change of legislation, they were there anyway under the Assembly of Council reports, and I think in many ways that legislation demonstrated that it's that to rely on people to do something that might be expected as a matter of principle doesn't necessarily happen, and it needs to be almost enforced or have a very strong group behind it to make what the public thinks should happen actually happen. Because too many councils have chosen not to do the Assembly of Councillors report and not to keep the community involved and informed in what's coming up. So I'm really pleased to see that our executive and councillors have pushed that we have a lot more transparency in relation to community matters. The only thing that I'd like to add is, if this was to improve at all, so much of what the community gets to see has been discussed and is coming to council when they see it. It would be preferable for me in the future if we can actually get some sort of foresight into the actual topics that are coming up, not just those coming to this particular group that we've discussed, but an indication of what topics that the community might be interested in coming up into the future as well. And I think that would really improve our transparency. But as it is, I'm really happy to see how far we've moved with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Not at this stage. All right, councillors, put this to the vote. Those in favour? Again, unanimous. Thank you. The final report, our audit and risk committee meeting minutes. So would you please like to speak and present your report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. So this report includes the Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes for noting. Now, this is a change in governance process for us, and we think it's a positive change in governance process. So under the old process, you would have seen the biannual report for the Audit and Risk Committee, which meant that you saw the topics, but you didn't actually have the minutes come through for formal noting at a council meeting level. So just a little bit of background, the Audit and Risk Committee is obviously an independent advisory committee. It meets quarterly, and its role really is to monitor, review and advise council on the standard of its financial control, risk management and corporate governance. Presentation of the committee meeting minutes demonstrates council's commitment, obviously, to transparency and accountability, and represents an opportunity to further enhance community's understanding and trust in council's deliberative processes. If we have a look at some of the topics that were considered at the last Audit and Risk Committee meeting, generative AI and cyber risk, a quarterly workplace health and safety report, a strategic risk management report, major insurance claims and legal activities, workforce plan, any municipal monitor reports, and as well as digital transformation initiatives and internal audit actions. So this report presents the confirmed minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 25th of August, again for your noting tonight. The report is presented for your consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? I see none. Okay, would somebody like to move the motion? Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Cook seconds. Good. Would you like to speak? Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I'd just like to congratulate our two delegates for their line of questionings they've had over the year. I think they've made a huge improvement and impact on that committee, and I think just want to congratulate them and looking forward to the next year.
Councillor Cook.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our Audit and Risk Committee obviously performs a critical oversight function for our council. It's a group of independent people as well as representatives from our councillor group overseeing the finances and risks and other activities of the council to make sure that things happen as they should. So it's an important function, and having the minutes published as a part of the minutes for this meeting is a transparency measure to ensure that all those activities that the Audit and Risk Committee undertake are also available for public viewing and open to public scrutiny. Thanks.
And thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? I see no one. Anyone else speak for? Okay. Thank you, councillors. So we'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously again. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Johnson. Thank you, Councillor Crook. Saves me reading out. Show you the exit. We will give you a call when the item is completed. So this is our Place and Community, our Directorate. So before Mr Stevenson presents the report, we do have some people who wish to speak at this item. So I would ask, please, Ms Sandra McSweeney, if she would like to come forward, and you have 5 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you. Here we go again. Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors and all the attendees here. As many in attendance are aware, we have made numerous submissions objecting to Amendment C171 EGIP, which proposes to rezone our property at 30 Forge Creek Road in Eagle Point and create a linear drainage reserve and open public space through the gully that bisects the two lots of our property. Our views have not changed in relation to these proposals. The rezoning of the property is an unnecessary action, as the site constraints of the property and any future development would be able to be controlled by the Planning Department in review of any subdivision application if it was submitted. The drainage issues that we have on our property are as a direct result of council-approved subdivision developments without adequate infrastructure. The rezoning of our property from residential to allotments of 2,000 square metres rather than the initially proposed 4,000 square metres is acknowledgement that the initial proposal was not prudently considered by the planning department and that our property is in a valuable part of the growth potential in the Eagle Point Township. We are still struggling with the linear drainage reserve and public space proposals in the latest version of the Eagle Point Structure Plan. In the Planning Panel Victoria report of the 22nd of August 2025, it stated that the drainage linear reserve and public access is a high-level conceptual framework and does not create any entitlements or obligations for access or public infrastructure. In the revised Eagle Point Structure Plan, in multiple sections, there are statements referring to the release of drainage lines from private to public ownership, which will create recreation opportunities and linear pedestrian links within the township. As this appears to be an important aspect for the Shire to retain neighbourhood connectivity to the Eagle Point Township, until there is some significant discussion with relevant landowners and responsibility taken by the Shire regarding inadequate infrastructure for new subdivisions for stormwater discharge, there will not be any progress in this area. In our situation, the only solutions that the Shire have presented to us thus far have been deemed inadequate by the West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority due to the volume of flow from the stormwater being directed down the gully, and would place an ongoing maintenance burden on ourselves for this Shire infrastructure that will be on our property. The solution presented by the Shire Works Department was to extend the existing outfall into an open drain, which, if the structure plan was to be enacted, would be an ongoing maintenance cost for the Shire, keeping the pedestrian paths, the drain itself, and the surrounds of the drainage reserve clear and safe for public use. And this would be constant. The most appropriate outcome would be for Council to pay and provide the underground drainage infrastructure that would accommodate the stormwater produced by the Shire-approved development outfalls and channel it directly to Tyers Creek. There is precedent for this in the Woodman Park subdivision, as a secondary stormwater drainage outlet has been channelled through another private property and Underschool Road to be discharged onto Crown land, all done in underground pipework. I would strongly advocate that the Eagle Point Structure Plan be presented as a conceptual document, not a blueprint for forward planning, and that the action list in the document be focused to commence dialogue between the Council, Planning Department and affected landowners. I would encourage the councillors to defer the adoption of the Eagle Point Structure Plan this evening. There has been an absence of meaningful interaction and consultation between the Shire planning officers and affected landowners in this process. It appears that the landowners are extraneous to the future of Eagle Point, not an integral part of the future. Only with significant discussion with affected landowners and the Shire planning officers can an equitable path forward be navigated.
Thank you, Sandra.
You're welcome.
Councillors, does anyone have a question of clarity around the submission?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Sandra, when did you first find out that your land was going to be... Am I right in thinking that land's being taken over public use, or...?
That's proposed in a number of sections of the Eagle Point Structure Plan that has been, which is up for presentation tonight.
Right. And can you describe the issues you've had with drainage that you're saying council should be taking responsibility for?
So there are two subdivisions along Forge Creek Road that have been created in the last 10 or so years. One is Eagle Bay Heights and the other one is Woodman Park, which is, has been created in the last 12 months, 2 years. Both of those subdivisions have a significant amount of their stormwater channelled to one point that goes under School Road and then gets deposited at our boundary. So we have approximately, over the two subdivisions, we have approximately 60% of the stormwater from the properties going through our property. It's just dropped at our front gate, basically, to the point now that the access to our property through that 30 Forge Creek Road driveway, we can't access our property because there is so much erosion, and if it rains, there is a torrent of water going down there that is frightening. So we are stuck.
Sorry, one more if you don't mind me. So when you say a torrent of water, if that's left for an open drain sort of thing, does that create a potential hazard, risk?
Absolutely.
Councillor Eastman, I would decline that as just a question, not a clarification, your last one. Yep. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So next I'll ask Ms Georgina R.U. to come forward, please. Just also to remind you that you have 5 minutes, where you will also receive a 30-second warning towards the end.
There's two maps to refer to, one's A and one's B. When I get to that point, because I've got to smash through it for
No, that's
time
fine.
frames.
That's fine.
Mayor White, Deputy Mayor Buckley, councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Georgina R.U. and I address you on behalf of the R.U. Family Partnership as owners of 25 and 25A Waterview Road. I'm here to express our concerns about the proposed planning scheme amendment, EGIP 171, particularly as it relates to the Eagle Point Structure Plan. Our family do not support the adoption of the panel's report in its entirety. We respectfully ask that the Council considers making 2 key amendments to the plan to address issues we raised. Our requests are, 1, the removal of the significant landscape overlay in its entirety from 25 and 25A Waterview Road, and 2 is the retention of the current eastern settlement boundaries at Waterview Road. We've been working the land in Eagle Point for over 120 years and can show documented dealings with the Council over 60 years, including various stages leading up to this amendment. The 2007 Urban Design Framework, the 2010 Amendment C068 through to all various iterations leading up to C171 EGIP, 25 Waterview Road has always been shown as future growth area with the eastern boundary at Waterview Road. Map A, highlighted in the bright blue surround, the arrows pointing southwards show the preferred direction of residential growth. Without notice, consultation or any form of explanation, council planners have reversed this position. The town's boundary has now been significantly reduced and significant landscape overlay, SLO2, have been applied to much of the property. As you can see in Map B, shading denotes SLO2, and you can see the boundary has moved approximately 1.2 kilometres west. We have been shocked to learn that the SLO2 was applied in 2022, Amendment C162 EGIP. This decision was made without any formal or informal public exhibition, nor reviewed by an independent planning panel. The amendment was labelled policy neutral, and therefore the Council was not obliged to inform the AU family of any change. SLO2 is highly restrictive, requiring permits for pretty much everything. Independent expert witness advice is that the SLO2 is not appropriate and is an unnecessary additional control applied to the land. It's worth noting that the SL202 can be removed, as planning has done so for the Armstrong property east of Waterview Road under the Paynesville Structure Plan. We have supplied comprehensive and detailed statements from 4 independent expert witnesses. Our arguments are based on their expert insights and recommendations. They address the following: visual amenity, economic and land use, planning and design, engineering for water. In contrast, Council has not produced any expert opinions or counter to our position. They have not been required to provide the equivalent level of justification or rebuttal. We question, has this been a fair and transparent process? Why do we request these amendments? Advice from the expert witness highlights gaps in the Council plan. We've had Council approach us on 2 occasions in the past, asking for us to release land for development as they have not had adequate supply. Why not keep the boundary at Waterview Road and remove the SLO2? And if demand happens and the opportunity presents itself, we will be in a flexible position to respond. Tourism, recreation are also possible opportunities. Considered development planning can achieve positive outcomes that benefit Eagle Point, the community and the greater region. We are farmers, and farming is a business. Like any enterprise, we need to generate income. Restricting our ability to farm is unnecessary red tape, and it's unfair. We walk a balance between farming and realising the potential of land. These incremental land releases allow us to continue to farm the land. More importantly, it allows us to be stable, long-term custodians of the land. We are not in a rush to bring about change, but we're open to what the future may bring. We would like to work with the Council in an open and constructive manner. As councillors, you have the ability to make these changes for a much better outcome.
Thank you for your submission. So, councillors, does anyone have any clarity issues with regards to... Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thanks, and through you, Mayor. Thanks for that, Georgina. Just a question of clarification. When exactly was the RE family made aware of the application of the SLO2?
We weren't. It wasn't until the amendment came out that it came to our attention that it had been put on. And I note that it hasn't been put on any of the other coastal towns around the Eagle Point and Meetung or any of those areas. It's only on our property, and it did go a little into Paynesville, into Mina Armstrong's property, but that has since been removed from the Paynesville structure plan. So we don't go down to the water's edge. We don't understand how the SLO2 has been applied in the first place, and we think it's very restrictive, and as our expert witnesses say, it's inappropriate.
Thanks for that, Georgina.
Good, thank you very much for your submission. So I'd now ask the Manager of Place and Community, Mr. Chris Stevenson. Sorry. Where are they and why are they not on my list?
It's on the next page.
Oh, that's in the wrong place. Mr. Shane McCarthy, my apologies. You also wish to speak?
Thank you.
Better late than never.
I know I'm speaking up at the end of what's been a very long process, but thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope I'm in order. As set out in my recent email to councillors, I live in Matheson's Road and I'm opposed to the proposed rezoning of our property. We moved here over 10 years ago, attracted by the beauty of the area, and have never regretted it. We were fully aware of the restrictive covenant and saw it as a plus. We also considered that when it expired in 2029, our children might have additional options when selling the property. Not long after moving in, we became aware of division in the street over land that had been subdivided and houses built in breach of the covenant. I attended a public meeting at council chambers where the council was attempting to address the problem. At this meeting, I think it was a planning consultant employed by the council who raised the idea of rezoning the area as a solution to the problem. The rezoning would remove the covenant, legitimise the previous breaches and establish a minimum block size of 5 acres to prevent subdivision of the remaining properties, including ours. This idea seemed to come to fruition sometime later when the Eagle Point Strategic Plan was released. Recently, I've read the planning panel's suggestion that the rezoning would provide some sort of natural progression from the previous covenant. We believe this ignores the fact that the character of our street is already compromised as a result of the breaches. Restrictions that were temporary under the covenant will now become permanent under the rezoning proposal. It seems very unfair that some owners benefited financially from the breaches of the covenant, leading to others being permanently denied appropriate opportunities through no fault of their own. We believe that the description of low-density residential more accurately reflects the current and ongoing character of our neighbourhood than the description of rural living. The Council Planning Department has advised me that every subdivision application is considered taking into account all factors, including fire, cultural overlays, etc. Given that each application is considered carefully on its merits and appropriateness, we question why rezoning is necessary at all. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillors, any questions of clarification? I see none, but thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Now. So, Mr Stevenson, would you please present your report along with our planning officers? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Before you is a report which requests that Council approve Planning Scheme Amendment C171E GIP and lodge it with the Minister for Planning for approval and gazettal. The Planning Scheme Amendment seeks to implement the Eagle Point Structure Plan into the East Gippsland Planning Scheme by updating the planning controls for particular areas and updating planning policy for Eagle Point. The amendment has been brought through an independent planning panel process where the panel considered the proposed amendments and all of the submissions that were received as part of the exhibition process. As per the report, the panel supports the amendment and recommends that it should be adopted subject to some changes outlined in the report. Excuse me, I'm just a bit, throat's a bit scratchy tonight. With me tonight, I've got Martin and Kalindi from our planning department, and also welcome any clarification from some of the statements made by the previous presenters. Very happy to answer any questions in relation to those. So the amendment proposes modest changes to the planning scheme to ensure that the preferred character of Eagle Point is protected into the future. The amendment is based on a structure plan adopted by Council that was prepared with substantial community consultation. The amendment establishes a settlement boundary for the Eagle Point Township and encourages incremental growth within its boundary. This also includes rezoning particular parcels of land in accordance with the structure plan. The amendment went through a 10-week public exhibition process and 18 submissions were received. The amendment was then referred to the Independent Planning Panel for further consideration. The 8-day panel hearing in June 2025 provided an independent forum for all 18 submissions to be considered and for expert evidence to be heard. This was a robust process and was the final chance for the community to have their say and provide input. The panel report was issued and made public in August 2025. As per the panel report, the planning panel concludes that there is adequate strategic justification and supports the amendment subject to some minor changes. Those changes have been made and have been included in the documentation that has been provided with the council report. Council must now make a decision to approve the amendment and lodge it with the Minister for Planning for approval and gazettal, or abandon the amendment. In conclusion, this is the final step in the amendment process, which represents quite substantial and years of strategic work. So as mentioned, I've got Martin and Kalindi with me here tonight, and as also mentioned, happy to clarify any of the statements made by the presenters previous. So this is for you, your consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. The panel said that the amendment was in line with the preferred character of Eagle Point. That's correct, is it? I'm just a little bit confused about that. Like, I understand there's recently been approval for a 200 or so house residential retirement village there. Was that actually considered when the preferred character for Eagle Point was first put together?
Council, we just need to clarify the difference between a planning panel hearing on a planning scheme amendment and a council decision on a planning permit application. So the panel makes its decision strategically about whether this amendment is consistent with the future character of Eagle Point, as has been put in place by council reports and the structure plan, which was undertaken following extensive community consultation. The question about the council's approval of a 200-house residential subdivision is completely unrelated to the question of whether a planning panel decides that this amendment is consistent with the character of Eagle Point. It's a very separate issue and bears no relationship whatsoever to the question of whether or not this amendment was supported by the planning panel. That was a individual planning permit application for Eagle Point, which was not within the remit of the planning panel's considerations.
So I understand that. So thank you, Martin. I'm just seeking clarification because I'm trying to get a sense of what the preferred character for Eagle Point is when I'm just not sure what it is from what we're putting forward, because I'm seeing something one way but then seeing something another. Just not sure what the preferred character is.
Yep. So the structure plan's been, I guess, in development for nearly 10 years. And over that time, we collected information through consultation processes about what was important to people in Eagle Point. And largely the results were around the environmental qualities, the coastal setting, the larger lots, the low density living, the separation from Paynesville, the lack of commerciality, so not really wanting any strip shops or anything like that, the importance of the foreshore. And so because of that, and all the background information that I guess sits behind the structure plan, those were the things that we focused on, and that's how the settlement boundary was established. That's how decisions were made about land that should or shouldn't be rezoned. And that's how the character's defined. When you read the structure plan, it's very much about those environmental qualities and the coastal setting. And from that, the information in the amendment gets derived from that document.
I have many questions, Mayor, but if I can have just one more, please, for the moment. Can you explain a bit more about why you've pulled the Eagle Point boundary into hemming in the houses, and whether that is the new boundary for Paynesville? Like, does Paynesville now extend to those houses in Eagle Point?
So the settlement boundary, so the structure plan proposes that the settlement boundary be pulled back in line with the, I guess, natural drainage line, which is in this part of the RE property. It was a hotly contested topic at panel. So There was obviously the IE family put forward that they wanted the boundary to stay, and council's position was that it should be pulled back towards the drainage line. And the reasons for that were about this visual and physical separation between Paynesville and Eagle Point. It was about visual amenity, protection of the significant landscape, and the panel made the conclusion to agree with council on that particular item. They felt that there was enough strategic justification and background work done to justify that change of pulling the settlement boundary back. Does that answer your question?
It does. I've got so many other questions though, but the Mayor's not happy with me.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor. Probably you, Chris, or Kalindi.
Sure.
The RE family stated they had numerous expert witnesses sort of say that the SLO2 there was no basis behind it. What experts did we get involved to support our side of things?
Sure. So we relied on the work in the structure plan. So the structure plan itself is a pretty robust and long document, and it also has a whole other document that sits behind it that's all the background work. So that might be traffic, bushfire, landscape quality, visual separation, landscape qualities. It pulls it all together into that front-facing document and kind of abbreviates it all. But essentially all the background work is done. Pretty big investment from council. I think we probably spent over $100,000. So we relied on that as our evidence and our strategic justification. Planning panel, a bit like I say, maybe a court of law. You can choose to represent yourself or you can choose to be represented. In that case, council chose to represent itself and use the information and the background work we'd done. Other parties chose to be represented by other expert witnesses.
Thanks, Kalindi.
I was already on. Through you, Mayor. Kalindi, could you just explain the SLO2? It doesn't preclude all development, does it? It's just creates a planning permit call-up, is that correct? Or can you just clarify that?
That is correct. So the overlay itself doesn't prohibit uses or development. It does trigger a permit for a range of things that may impact on the visual landscape and amenity.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Kalindi, I just wonder how you describe the panel process. Were submitters afforded the opportunity to be heard, and were submissions given due consideration?
I suppose I can only answer that from my perspective. So it was pretty long, a very intense and long 8 days where we heard the two matters together because they were rather interconnected. In my view, everybody got to have their more than enough time to either present themselves and or their expert witnesses. Some people chose to be represented by legal representatives and they had a lot of time to present their side. Eagle Point alone, and specifically the positions put forward by council and RE were given almost 2 complete days. So in my view, I believe everyone got their chance. We had another member of community who was probably more interested in Paynesville, but he managed to get about 6 hours of questioning over the 8 days. So I do feel the panel was very fair and they gave everybody their time and, due process.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions in regards to a few different issues that the presenters raised this evening. The first one is there's been a claim that the SLO2 was put over the RE property and that they weren't aware of that and that it's only it's been removed on certain properties in the area and that it's not a covenant over many coastal regions. So can you please clarify whether there was notification or not, and if so, when? That's the first part of my question.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley, and through you, Mayor, I'll take that question because I was involved in 2009 when this occurred. So Amendment C68 to the East Gippsland Planning Scheme affected every coastal town in East Gippsland, and the significant landscape overlay was placed around foreshores in every coastal town in East Gippsland through that amendment in 2009. In relation to the Gippsland Lakes, a planning panel was convened and provided its report in October 2009, and the RE family was represented during that panel process, where arguments were put for and against the application of the SLO. The SLO was applied to every property within the farming zone around the entire Gippsland Lakes and has not been changed since that day. The suggestion that a change was made in 2022 is unfortunately not correct. The SLO came into place when Amendment C68 was gazetted in 2010, and there has been no change made since that date.
Thank you for that clarification. So that's interesting. What effect would this planning scheme be on the as-of-rights usage of the RE property?
So currently the RE property at 25 Waterview Road is in farming zone and is most of it is covered by the SLO2. Obviously, the farming zone is directed towards agriculture, but there are a number of other uses that are either as of right or a permit is required in that kind of tourist agribusiness sector. So traditional farming is not the only use or development option there. And as I mentioned to Councillor Farquhar, the SLO does not prohibit use or development. It does trigger a permit where visual amenity and what the development might look like is taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you. And the issues around not having adequate infrastructure, will they be addressed if this is approved? Will those issues that were raised earlier about having inadequate infrastructure around, drainage, etc., will they be addressed and paid for by council, or what happens there?
So the structure plan doesn't resolve drainage. It did have an action in there, and still does, about doing a stormwater management plan. I believe there's a project going in Stewart's directorate, which is to do a stormwater management plan review of municipal-wide. That would include Eagle Point. Because we understand our infrastructure overall is ageing and is probably in need of some upgrades. Yeah. In terms of the specific problem with the McSweeney land, there has been a lot of toing and froing. There's been some options put forward that I believe McSweeney's and potentially the CMA weren't completely happy with. It is outside the scope of the amendment and it's outside the scope of the structure plan. I'm happy to follow up where that's at tomorrow, because it is a very site-specific issue generally between the landowner and our engineering department. So there is work being done there. I just don't think we've collectively arrived at a suitable solution.
So if there was a motion to defer, what would that mean in regards to the process from here, and how will council be affected by that?
So to defer a decision, essentially at this end of the process, any major changes or a deferment is considered to be abandonment, so abandoning an amendment means that we lose the lot. Is that what you're referring to?
No,
Sorry.
I'm referring to just a motion to defer the decision tonight.
That could be a Martin question.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor, if your question is in relation to the previous question about a specific stormwater matter on a specific property, this amendment can't solve that problem. So this amendment doesn't propose to deal with every stormwater matter on every property in Eagle Point. It sets a strategic direction for planning decisions in relation to applications for subdivision and development. A specific issue, a quite legitimate issue as raised by the landowner about stormwater management on their property, will not be solved by a planning scheme amendment. So my answer to you would be the deferment of this matter tonight will not in any way assist in the resolution of that matter. It can be resolved through other processes within the Assets and Engineering Department of the Council.
If I can, though, through you, Mayor, if we can just clarify, if Council determined to defer a decision on this matter, it could come back to a future meeting for resolution.
Correct.
It certainly could. It would be of assistance if there was a motion moved for deferment that an action was asked of the officers in order for the matter to come back. So simple deferment, yes, it would come back to council, but it would be useful if, along with that motion, an indication was given as to what matter had to be addressed in order for it to come back. And my advice, councillor, if it is a stormwater matter or an individual property, that can be dealt with outside of this process.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Martin.
If I might be so bold, the council may make its decision as it pleases on the amendment. The councillor may wish to move a motion which includes an action for officers to investigate the matter relating to the stormwater management of the property at Forge Creek Road, in addition to a motion to adopt the officer's recommendation, which would see that matter investigated as well as this matter progressed.
Thank you, Martin. That's a good suggestion that we possibly could do. However, it's not the only concern that I have in regards to this particular issue. It's just one thereof. And I think, having listened to some of the statements made today, personally, I would like to move a motion to defer on the grounds that I feel that, first of all, I do understand that there is an action that can be done outside of this, but I'm just not convinced that Council has had enough time to consider some of the new information, and also I'd like clarification in regards to the differing opinions that have been put forward tonight in regards to the SLO2. I'd like yep. Sorry, I apologise. Thanks, Mary's always keeping me in check.
Basically, process. So we have the option to defer, to accept. Are they to abandon?
Mm-hmm.
Are they the only options? I'm not sure.
If I might, Mayor,
Certainly.
and I might actually ask our Manager of Governance for some clarification as well. You have an option to defer. It would need to be a procedural motion. You have an option to accept. You have an option to accept with conditions, additional conditions. You have an option to abandon. But once you've abandoned, that's it, we start the process again. If you wanted to look at rezoning or changes to the planning scheme for Eagle Point. So if the councillors are unsure what to do next, I'd suggest we take a 5-minute recess so that you can have a quick discussion about how you would like to proceed, and then we can clarify that and come back in.
Okay, we'll go still finish with questions. So,
thank you,
Councillor.
and through you, Mayor.
Ashworth.
Clindy, could you just clarify the question in relation to Matheson's Road and the covenants over that land and what that looks like?
Sure, I'll try and make it as concise as I can. So there is a rather poorly worded covenant on the Matheson's Road properties, of which it essentially was trying to prohibit subdivision, but it stated it by saying one dwelling per lot. Historically, council then issued permits for 2-lot subdivisions, and then we realised that those newly created lots could not have dwellings put on them. We got some legal advice, and we went through a process where through the legal system and the planning system, we attempted to tidy up the subdivisions and allow one dwelling on those newly created lots. And then the advice was that council should review this whole area in light of not just the covenants, but also the current zoning and the site constraints, which are to do with bushfire slope, cultural heritage, environmental qualities, because there was a suggestion, as well as a covenant, that the LDRZ wasn't quite the right fit in terms of zoning, and that subdivision or further intensification of this area potentially was not a good planning outcome. So the structure plan looked at that, and it came to a similar conclusion, that further subdivision was not well suited to that particular area. Hence, it suggested or recommended that we apply the rural living zone, which is a 2,000 square metre minimum if sewered, 4,000 if not. And the amendment has picked that up and attempted to put it into the planning scheme as part of this process. So it's kind of been going on for about 12 years and it's been little steps along the way. So the covenant's not the main driver. The structure plan provides a strategic justification, but that is kind of, the covenant did bring about some discussion about what was happening in that precinct. Does that answer your question? Yep.
Okay, now I'm going to consider the CEO's suggestion, but at the same time, looking at the time, I'll ask a governance question. In the middle of a debate, can we still move a motion to extend the length of the meeting beyond 9 o'clock? Because by the time we come back and then discuss and debate it, we may be very close to 9 o'clock. So is it possible that we could move that before we have a recess?
No, it would be my recommendation. If you're going to extend the time, I would be doing it now.
That's what I just said.
Yes, what you just asked.
You said during debate.
I said
No.
we are about to go into debate.
Mayor,
yes.
I'm happy, if it's
Yes.
okay, to move a motion to
extend for 1
the
hour?
meeting for 1 hour.
Yes. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Davis. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That just sort of does a bit of housekeeping that doesn't leave us in a
Mayor,
sticky spot.
I'm happy to move a motion to go into recess.
Okay, we have a seconder for that. Yes, Councillor Davis. So, councillors, all those in favour of a short recess? We did not suggest a time, but I would say probably at least 10 minutes.
10 minutes recess.
10 minutes recess, thank you.
Good. Now, in order to have the recess, are we retiring over into the Mitchell room?
I suggest that the councillors move into the Mitchell room.
Yes.
Along with the officers to provide advice.
Yes, save the gallery. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Those people who may be online, we have had a break to go into some serious deliberations. So I think we will pick up where we left off, which we were just finishing our questions and on the Eagle Point restructure plan. So I'll move for somebody now to move the motion and/or...
No, move to open the meeting again.
Oh, yes, yes. Motion to open the meeting. Sorry, Councillor Allen. Yes. All those in favour?
Yep.
So we have opened the meeting.
Yeah, I second
Sorry.
that.
Okay, so now going forward, sorry, Mr. Stevenson, but going forward, we've got to the stage where we would either move the motion or somebody may wish to make an amendment. So, Councillor Allen, you're moving.
I'm moving the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Buckley?
I move, foreshadow a motion to defer the motion if the motion is lost.
Okay, all right. So next probably I will be asking for somebody to second Councillor Allen's motion. Do I have anyone to second that? Councillor Ashworth? All right. So, Councillor Allen, you probably wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this has been a long process to get to this stage. It's cost innumerable hours and investment in dollar terms from the council. It's been to an exhaustive panel hearing. To have read the papers twice, I can honestly say, and I think Kalindi verified that everyone has had a chance to be heard, and I think that we've got to bite the bullet and make a decision. If we keep deferring, procrastinating, we're not doing anyone any good. People want certainty about this, and I think it needs to be decided here and now.
Thank you. Councillor Ashworth.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mayor. What did I say? I agree with Councillor Allen. This has been through community, and sometimes it's tough to hear things that, you know, some people will say there's been community engagement, some people say there hasn't. But I feel like it's reached a point now where we need to decide moving forward what we're going to do as a councillor group. And I'm seconding the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, does anyone wish to speak against this? So, show of hands. We've got Councillor Eastman first, please.
Yeah, I'd speak against the motion. I understand that people think they've put a lot of time and effort into this, but if the time and effort hasn't been focused in the direction that perhaps it might have been, it doesn't matter how much time and effort you put into something that's not going down the right path. It's still not going down the right path. I'm very concerned about this amendment. I am concerned about a number of things relating to it, including the amount of genuine community engagement. I listened into the panel hearings on the panel hearings. I listened to the last 2 days, negotiations to and fro. I don't believe that those hearings, from what I saw, actually give people who are unable to be well represented legally and whatever a really fair voice. I think they're fairly sidelined from stuff. I think it's really difficult for an ordinary community person to participate genuinely and meaningfully in the process. And I also hear that people, well, yes, we spent $100,000, but these people have spent fortunes on houses, properties and whatever, so I don't think that the $100,000 we've spent or the hours we've spent is a valid argument for this. We need to try to get this right for the community, and yeah, quite frankly, I'd like to have time to defer this until we actually get something that does satisfy a broader range of people more generally.
Okay, Councillor Buckley, you put your hand up.
Look, thank you. This is a really difficult one because, you know, our officers have been thorough and they're very passionate about the work that they've done, and council has put a lot of money towards the work. And we have had deliberations in private that have, I guess, clarified some of the issues around what my concerns were. However, I do agree with Councillor Eastman on this one. I think that perhaps we could afford a brief deferment to go further into some of the issues that have been presented tonight and to get further clarifications on some of the concerns that I would like to read about the SLO2, and I apologise to officers that, you know, in the midst of the huge remit of the thousands of pages that councillors read, sometimes it's hard to make that little bit of time to go digging further into, you know, things that happened in 19 something or other. So I guess I'm a little bit like Councillor Eastman. I'm data driven, but I'm also very passionate about community justice and as of rights of titles, and these decisions affect people's real lives and their potential in the future and their legacy, and agriculture and farming is close to my heart, and I think that, you know, community matters, and that's our catch cry. So I'd like to offer an apology to the officers that I would be seeking a deferment. I really do. I think it's frustrating when you've tried so incredibly hard. And I also support councillors' position who are supporting for this motion to go through. My fellow colleagues have their, you know, quite a reasonable argument there. So that's my piece so far.
Okay, well, I'll just ask the question, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Okay, well, we've had 2 speakers against, so Councillor Allen, you do have a right of reply.
Only just to reiterate that we've been on this for a long, long time, and I think that the community deserves clarity and they need leadership from their councillors, and I don't think deferring is leadership.
Okay, councillors, I'll put this to the vote at this stage, so all those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Those against? Who's the clairvoyant in the room? Yes, sorry, it's a tied vote. It's 4 for and 4 against, and I'm just asking who was the clairvoyant, because they said before. I bet you get the casting vote, Mayor. So, and it is with great deliberation, and I do go back to the 2016 period where officers first engaged with that community over this, so that's such a long time ago. So I'm going to vote for this amendment. Thank you. So it is passed. Carried. Thank you very much, officers. Yeah, well, could we please get Councillor Crook back? I don't know where he went to because we didn't find him when we went out. Yes. We're waiting for Councillor Crook, so you're ahead of the game, and we've had a lot of that tonight.
No humour, no excessive words.
So thank you. Yeah, welcome back, Councillor Crook. So Welcome, Ms Young. Look
Thank you,
forward
Mr.
to your submission, and just to remind you, as everybody else tonight, you have 5 minutes.
I won't need them all. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the landowners within the Paynesville growth area, who, as you know, have been working collaboratively with council officers throughout the structure plan and amendment process. And Councillor, tonight's agenda item represents another step in this long-running process that's now in its 10th year. As you know, the matter went to an independent planning panel convened by the Minister for Planning, where the community were welcome to present their concerns and have them considered by the panel, as you've heard for the previous matter. Numerous experts were called on key matters which informed the panel's recommendations in their report, which is included within this evening's papers. And Council now has recommendations resulting from this independent review, but there is still more work to be done following tonight's meeting to further refine and detail the planning outcomes for the growth area land. And as part of the preparation of a development plan, a community consultation process convened by Council will occur. And the landowner group continues to fully support this logical and orderly process. We also wholly support the officer's recommendation regarding the preparation of a kangaroo management plan as part of the planning permit process. That's the appropriate time for that body of work. We commend to you the officer's report and look forward to continuing to work with council through the next phase of community consultation. And we're excited and committed to the delivery of a great community outcome and look forward to your continued support to do so. Thank you.
Before you go, Ms Young, councillors, is there any questions on clarity around the things that Ms Young said? She's very quick, very concise, obviously very accurate. Thank you. So now I'd ask Mr Stevenson to please present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you is a report which requests that Council approve Planning Scheme Amendment C172E Gips and lodge it with the Minister for Planning for approval and gazettal. Planning Scheme Amendment C172E Gips seeks to implement the Paynesville Structure Plan into the East Gippsland Planning Scheme by rezoning land and applying relevant overlays. The amendment has been through an independent planning panel process where the panel considered the proposed amendment and all of the submissions that were received as part of the exhibition process. As per the panel report, the planning panel supports the amendment and recommends that it should be adopted subject to some changes as outlined in the report. The amendment proposes to rezone the Paynesville growth area to general residential zone to provide for future housing supply. Council has an obligation to ensure the land is available for delivery of housing in accordance with Victorian Government policy. The Paynesville growth area has been identified in East Gippsland's planning scheme for over 15 years as the logical area for expansion of the town, and this is the first step in establishing the framework for the future planning. The amendment went through a 10-week public exhibition process and 84 submissions were received. The amendment was then referred to an independent planning panel for further consideration. The 8-day panel hearing in June 2025 provided an independent forum for all 84 submissions to be considered and for expert evidence to be heard. This was a robust process and was the final chance for the community to have their say and provide input. A panel report was issued and made public in August 2025. As per the panel report, the planning panel concludes that there is adequate strategic justification and supports the amendment, subject to some minor changes. Those changes have been made and have been included in the documentation that has been provided with the Council for this report. The Council must now make a decision to approve the amendment and lodge it with the Minister for Planning for approval and gazettal or abandon the amendment. It is noted that the amendment itself does not commit Council to detailed outcomes in relation to the ultimate development and that further detailed work is required if the land is rezoned via this amendment. In conclusion, this is the final step in the amendment process, which represents years of strategic work that provides housing supply for the current and future generations in Paynesville. Once again, Martin and Calindy are present to help answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. Councillors, questions relating to this proposed? Councillor Eastman, you've got your microphone on.
Oh, Councillor Cook can go first.
Yeah, Councillor Cook then.
Happy to kick off. Thank you, Mayor. I noticed with some glee that at point 3 we have a realign the general residential zone schedule 3 to exclude land below 2.8 metres AHD. And I would point out to everybody and remind everybody that this has been a major consideration for many people living in Paynesville and those concerned about the health and ongoing management of the Gippsland Lakes. Can officers confirm for me and anybody out there in watching this meeting land that does in fact exclude housing and major infrastructure from below that point?
Thanks, Councillor Crook, and through you, Mayor. That is correct. So the definition of the 2.8 metres AHD line was discussed and debated hotly at the panel hearing. Our position was, and it still is, that there should be no significant infrastructure below this point. That includes housing, roads, playgrounds, community facilities, all of that. There was discussion about, if required, as part of the foreshore improvement plan and also as part of the overall drainage strategy, that elements such as constructed waterways may be considered, but would have to be considered subject to detailed design, because the panel acknowledged that there was significant environmental elements to be considered down there in terms of species, flora, fauna, endangered EVCs.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Ashworth, you've got your microphone
Thank you,
on.
and through you, Mayor. So I've noticed that some of the provisions in the planning panel report have been changed from must to should. So must gives council stronger grounds for consistent decisions. Should makes compliance discretionary, which can lead to interpretation disputes and weaken the planning controls. For example, page 85, where it says drainage assets should allow for the conveyance of treatment and upstream catchments, and also there's lots of examples, but particularly when they're talking about the development should provide parklands, townscapes character instead of the must. So I'd like to know how the changes will affect the strength of council's decision making and its ability to refuse inappropriate development. Will it weaken council's ability to ensure outcomes align with structure of plan vision, and will it undermine the design quality, environmental protection and the infrastructure delivery?
Thank you, Councillor Ashworth, and through you, Mayor. Yeah. So there was a lot of discussion about the structure plan itself as part of the panel hearing. The panel made the recommendation, because it's a strategic plan, it's not a planning control, that it should not have musts in it, it should have shoulds, because it's strategic direction, it provides the overall kind of mud map of what it should be, and the planning control should then kick in and deal with the musts. That, because we are proposing to adopt it tonight and put it into the planning scheme as a background document, that means it does have statutory weight. So when an application is made, a planning permit application is made, officers can rely on that for decision making. So it was simply a bit of semantics, and in planning world, musts should be used not quite as liberally as shoulds, because there's things there about discretion and how we apply controls and how we apply policy.
Okay, thank you. And the change from local activity centre to neighbourhood activity centre, can you just clarify that this change is not to the current neighbourhood house centre, as we currently call it for community reasons?
Sure. So a few years ago in planning world, they started to talk about activity centres, and they define them in terms of size and what they provide: local, neighbourhood, primary, major. There's all this, yeah. So in planning world, it kind of defines how big they are and what their function might be. The landowner of that particular parcel put forward some expert evidence about what he might like to put there, what kind of areas he might need for that. So in order to look at potential uses like medical centre, cafe, small supermarket, service station, and a combination of those, it was decided that that next level up of activity centre was required, and that based on projected population, so what the population will be in 20 years, that terminology and that kind of classification of an activity centre was appropriate. The exact size is yet to be determined. As you know, they didn't rezone the land the panel did not agree to rezone the land, and that will happen as another process, but it did define it as a certain level of activity centre, and no, it's not a neighbourhood house. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I guess this is a question of clarification or trying to figure out what fits where. And I'm trying to work out where the housing and settlement strategy fits in with this amendment, because in 2023, when we put on your say the housing and settlement strategy out to the public, it said that there was no rezoning of residential land proposed till 2041, and that we already had 30 years of residential land. Now, I know that since then the Victorian government set a housing target for East Gippsland that looking at an extra, basically works out 440 extra houses a year, which is probably about 90 more than we get now. So that would reduce the 30 years to probably 24 years. I guess what I'm trying to work out is what did we need, like if the housing and settlement strategy said that we don't need to rezone any more residential land because we've got all this land, then I guess I'm trying to figure out why we needed to rezone the land.
Thanks, Councillor Reisman. It's a good question, which I can clarify. And through you, Mayor, so the housing and settlement strategy in its predictions of available capacity for housing took into account land which was already zoned for residential or land which was earmarked in the planning scheme as to be rezoned. So the Paynesville growth area, parts of Lucknow, a large parcel at Lake Tyers Beach and others which the planning scheme already designated as future urban zone was included in the housing and settlement strategy. So what the housing and settlement strategy said that beyond land which is already zoned residential or land which is designated in the planning scheme as being proposed to be zoned residential, including this land, there would be no need for further rezoning.
Oh, thank you, Martin. I was just reading what was on the website,
Yeah.
you know, and it
Understood.
actually does say what I said there on the website.
Yes,
So
that's just to clarify what the assumptions were within the housing and settlement strategy. Yeah.
thank you.
Mayor, if I could just just as a procedural note to point out to the councillors that since the agenda was printed, the officer recommendation has changed slightly. We might pop it up on the screens.
Thank you for that.
Before we get to you calling for if there's a move or motion or any of those things, just so that perhaps one of the officers could take us through that additional point. There's now part of the officer recommendation.
Point
if that's
5.
Okay. Yes.
Point 5. Thank you, Martin.
CEO, and through you, Mayor, you're through some discussion with the councillors and quite valid. It's proposed within the recommendation to include point 5. I'll read it out. Council recognises the significance of community input into council decision making and commits that the preparation of the development plan will include consultation with community and stakeholders through participatory and collaborative process. So that recognises the fact that there are community members who are certainly concerned about the stakeholder consultation that will occur as part of the development plan preparation. Council does have a development plan policy which includes the need for stakeholder consultation, but this simply embeds that process into the council resolution as suggested by councillors.
Thank you. No need for any more clarification on that. So are there any more questions of officers? Oh, yes, Councillor Cook.
I note that the planning panel report suggests that the amendment would have benefited from considering flora, fauna and biodiversity more comprehensively. However, the planning provisions proposed in the Development Plan Overlay Schedule 10 are appropriate and justified based on expert evidence presented at the hearing. I guess what I'm asking is, are we confident that we will undertake those types of biodiversity assessments to ensure that those values are both identified, recognised and appropriately protected or managed into the future as a part of that development plan process?
Sure. So the panel recognised that council had not done a full flora and fauna assessment as part of the structure plan. We did have a late addition in that a desktop flora and fauna assessment was provided to the panel, which generally mapped out where some of those environmental flora and fauna and things to be looking for might be. But then as part of the development plan, each individual land holding needs to be looked at specifically, and that includes the foreshore land, to work out what those, what biodiversity is present, flora and fauna, and where that will inform the layout of the development ultimately, and if there's any areas we need to avoid, obviously using the avoid, minimise, offset principles. And that flora and fauna assessment will make recommendations on subdivision layout, design, those sorts of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one more, if I may. Mayor, I noticed the planning panel also made comment around the provision of social and affordable housing and suggest that that could occur through the Development Plan Overlay Schedule 10, but at the time suggested that there was insufficient information or work to recommend such a change through the actual amendment itself. Is that still our broad understanding that the Development Plan Overlay is the appropriate process to consider social and affordable housing?
Thanks, Councillor Cook, and through you, Mayor. Yes, there currently is no capacity within legislation for council to force social and affordable housing.
No, I
be
understand
there,
it needs to be by
but
negotiation.
our intention is to seek to negotiate through the development plan process for the allocation of land for social and affordable housing, and that will be by agreement with landowners, and we will prosecute that case.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good, thank you. If there are no more questions, I'd like to ask for a mover of this this planning proposal. Does anyone wish to move it? No, she shook her head.
Very good.
Yes. Yes. Sounds like you have moved the motion, Councillor Eastman, and it's been
Yes,
seconded
indeed.
by Councillor Crook.
Yep.
Yes, so please speak to it if you wish.
Yeah, look, I recognise the amount of work that's gone into this and the incredible amount of community interest in the amendment. I had my concerns about the amendment and whether it was reflecting what the community felt or needed, but I'm very happy to be able to move the motion now that staff have agreed that, or have clarified that they actually will consider community input in the development plan. I think the community will be quite satisfied with that, and I think they'll look forward to working with staff to get positive outcomes that reflect the actual character of Paynesville that they would like to see. So, thank you.
Good. Councillor Crook?
Briefly, being mindful of the time, this is a pretty big deal. This is one of the biggest, processes, or this is the process that will lead to some of the biggest residential subdivisions that East Gippsland's ever seen. It's over 1,400 lots, I think we're talking about, over the lifetime. This is huge. People have worked really hard to get this across the line in the best possible way. I won't pretend that I think it's happening in the best possible way, in my view, but I recognise that these things are inherently about compromise. And I think that it's a reasonable compromise what we have before us tonight. I know there's been a lot of concern from the community around consultation, because it is true to say that as a part of a development plan overlay process, council are not required to undertake consultation, and that fact has scared quite a lot of people. So this council has reinforced the fact that we will be undertaking community consultation in the next step of this process, and that is further enshrined in the motion that I'm speaking to support now, to ensure and reassure the community that we will be listening, because we have left a lot of the important details about how this development will occur. This section now is about rezoning the land from farming into general residential 3, I think it is. The next step will define exactly where the roads go, where the houses go, how many houses, and all that detail that will make or break this plan for Paynesville ultimately into the future. So I look forward to that process. I think we've done well to get it this far, and I'm happy to commend it to the council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Now, did anyone wish to speak against? We have another councillor has trouble with her head movements. So, Councillor Ashworth, would you like to speak for?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and through you. As someone who lives in Paynesville and works closely with our community and businesses, I understand firsthand how important it is that the plan for the town's future has been, and it's been done in a thoughtful, balanced and sustainable way. Paynesville is one of East Gippsland's fastest growing towns and will account for more than 10% of the 11,000 dwellings targeted in plan for Victoria. The planning scheme amendment, which implements the Paynesville Growth Area Structure Plan, gives us the framework we need to manage growth responsibly. It's about making sure that as Paynesville continues to attract new residents and investment, we protect everything that makes our town such a special place to live, our lakeside environment, open spaces and our community character. Supporting this amendment isn't just a planning decision, it's a commitment to the future of our town. It ensures Paynesville can grow in a way that keeps our identity intact, supports jobs and provides housing choices for future generations while respecting the environment and the lifestyle. Thank you to all the individuals and community groups for the contributions and to the officers for explaining the documents, answering all the questions and taking us through this very complex planning process. I'm supporting the recommendation because I believe it provides certainty to residents, landowners and investors for the future, and it ensures that new developments, when they occur, are in appropriate locations supported by infrastructure that is consistent with the town's character. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Buckley, are you speaking for or against?
I'm speaking for. Definitely speaking for. Look, I just want to thank the officers and the executive team for their hard work on this one, and for all my councillors who have gone through lots of briefings. And this is there's been a lot of really hard questions asked in that process. I think I also want to flag the importance of social housing, and I look forward to seeing the plans into the future of how the developers may look at inclusion. There's been a lot of discussion around the council chambers about having a social justice portfolio, which I think is really needed for East Gippsland. It's time. That will require a lot of work and a lot of effort, but I have the support of my councillors to pursue that. So certainly providing some element of social housing in this project will be, and I think that in some regards that's been considered because of the lot sizes. So thanks for the work, and I commend it to the councillors to support this motion.
All right. If no one else wishes to speak, I will put the motion to the vote. So all those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That is unanimous. Officers? Just a reminder from our governance officer that I need to hurry up. We've gone for an extension and we only have 50 minutes left. So on my running sheet, we will have 3 items in a row here, which are just one page on my running sheet, but they are representing an enormous amount of work. So this Shire Council, East Gippsland Shire Council's Coastal and Marine Management Plan, again, is another huge body of work. So please, if you'd like to present that, Mr Stevenson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So before you is a report which seeks the adoption of the East Gippsland Shire Council Coastal and Marine Management Plan and to seek ministerial endorsement. So the Coastal and Marine Management Plan guides the management of our valued coastline in accordance with statewide marine and coastal policy and strategy, as well as identifying core values, challenges and opportunities for localised on-ground action. Extensive engagement was conducted to inform the plan over a long period of time. Plan development, including site visits, community drop-in sessions, a Your Say page and community reference groups were all part of this. The plan identifies a number of future priority actions, noting that the implementation is obviously dependent on council budgeting and available external funding opportunities. So as you mentioned, Mayor, this has been a large body of work with a significant amount of consultation and many changes made to the plan along the way. This is put to you for your consideration, and with me tonight is Wayne Richards, Manager of Community Futures, to answer any questions.
Thank you. So, councillors, Councillor Buckler, is that a question for you? Or have you?
Apologies, Legacy.
So, questions from the councillors? No? Well, that's good. Moving along. So would somebody, Councillor Crook, I'm sure you wish to move this motion. Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Allen. Oh yes, another seasider. Good. Keep it in the family. So, yes, would you like to speak to this? I know you do.
Briefly, Mayor, yes. Firstly, to thank officers for their sustained work on this. There's been several iterations over what is now years. I know you've also worked quite extensively with some of our local community groups and interest groups on this, so happy to recognise that as work well done. Councillors, this Coast Marine Management Plan essentially is our council's response to the Marine and Coast Act. And what it does is outline how we will respond to management in the coastal zone for both our built coastal assets but also our natural ones. It puts our council, it's not actually a compulsory requirement of the Act, it's a strong suggestion. And our council has taken up the challenge to work with some consultants and work with agencies to delve into the details about how these things are supposed to work. And the product is ultimately a plan to guide our management of actions that we undertake in the coastal zone, including jetties and beaches and foreshores and natural areas, and there's a lot that happens. We know most of our population lives around the coast. To forsake rambling too much, what it does really do well is puts us now, if the Minister accepts it, which I believe they will, it puts us at the front of the queue for future investment by the state. And when it comes to building stuff on the coast, we know it has a bit of a habit of getting washed away and blown away and all that sort of stuff. So external investment is always welcome. So I think this is a strategic move by our council for various reasons, particularly because it represents prudent ecological and financial management. So I have no hesitation in recommending it to the council for approval. Thanks.
Councillor Allen.
I'll probably just end up saying what he said.
Very
but
good.
In saying that, thank you for the great amount of work that's gone into it to Wayne and your crew. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone who wishes to speak against the plan? How about anyone else who may wish to speak for? Councillor Buckley.
Thank you. Just in brief, I think, I second what Tom has said, but I'd like to further foreshadow that this is a great management plan, but I'd like to foreshadow that we should be doing something similar for the mountainous regions that we have in East Gippsland, and I look forward to having the discussion around the table of the next body of work. And I see Mr. Richardson's just gone, Chris has just gone, oh dear. So I think it's really poignant that we have shovel-ready projects, that we have strategies and management plans in place so that we can take our case to the state and federal government and say we're ready for business and these areas need attention and they need input. So I commend this motion and I look forward to further management plans for East Gippsland. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour of passing this management plan? Thank you, councillors. Yes, we have a unanimous decision again. Thank you, Wayne. Now, this is the final one for you, Chris. It's our Unconfirmed Agriculture Sector Advisory Committee meeting minutes of the 20th of August 2025. So if you'd like to please give us a brief
Yeah,
report.
thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick through you. So before is a report which provides council with the unconfirmed minutes of the Agricultural Sector Advisory Committee, ASAC, meeting held Thursday the 20th of August 2025 for your noting. Just a couple of key points. Obviously, we all know that ASAC provides advice, guidance and recommendations to councils on matters that affect the agricultural sector in East Gippsland. And a couple of key points from the last meeting were there was some advice provided to council to consider and observe a representation on the Gippsland Critical Mineral Mine Community Reference Group. And just to update councillors, Prue McTaggart, Manager of Economic Development, has been nominated to represent council as an observer on the Community Reference Group, and she's been to the first meeting, which was held last Friday. I'm sure she's happy to give us an update at some point. Council officers have also commenced working on an advocacy strategy on pest animal management. And we have also established a planning and development subgroup under ASAC that will convene for the first time this coming Friday, Friday 24th of October. The next meeting is Thursday the 6th of November of ASAC, and the report is presented to you for your noting.
Thank you. And questions?
Yeah, look, thank you very much.
Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. Apologies. It's been a very long day. In regards to the establishment of the pest management issue, would that be taking in consideration the feasibility study that we've just completed on equine tourism and horse management for the Omeo district and High Country?
Yes, I certainly think that'll inform any of our advocacy piece, the work that we did there, Councillor Buckley. And it's obviously also stemmed from the conversations we had with Tom McIntosh when he was in the region with the community members out in that part of the world about significant concerns about pest species right across the Shire. So that's primarily where it came from. And that group was really keen for us to provide the advocacy that we think the area deserves.
Yeah, management's important. And just my second question to that is in regards to the announcement made today, re the Great Outdoors Task Force, has there been any provision, and you may not know this, it might be a notice on a question on notice.
It'd have to be a question on notice.
But it's just the relevance to the use of state forests. So the question on notice would, sorry. No, okay, I'll withdraw that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions, councillors? See none. Would somebody like to move? Thanks, Councillor Davis, and second, Councillor Crook. So you wish to speak to it, Councillor Davis?
Thanks, and through you, Mayor. No, but just to say that it's an accurate account of the meeting.
Good, thank you. Councillor Crook, nothing to say. Anyone else like to speak for or against?
For.
For,
Yep.
thank you.
So
Councillor Buckley?
look, I think we know that the Ag Committee does a great deal of work, and I think it's really worth mentioning the importance of advocacy in regards to the commercial fishing fleet and offshore wind development. That's going to be a topic that's going to be really affecting our region, and it was certainly brought up in a notice of motion at the recent MAV meeting. So that's just one extra thing on this that I think we need to have a lens and a focus and really get behind. So I look forward to seeing more information provided to Council about that, and I commend the motion. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Oh, I could perhaps just say one thing, that since the inception of this committee, they have brought along some great ideas and done some great work so far for the greater community as well as the agricultural community in East Gippsland. So I'd like to commend them for that also. So we'll put this to the vote if there's no more questions. All those in favour? Again, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now, item 6 is urgent business, and Ms Weigel.
We have no urgent business, Mayor. Thank you.
That was very well done. Speaking with us. Yeah, I won't go any further with that. Okay, so then we go to confidential. items, of which we have 3 items listed on the agenda. So, councillors, I need a motion that we close the open meeting to the public in accordance with the provision of section 66-2 of the Local Government Act 2020 to consider the following list of items. Item 7.1 is a contract matter. Item 7.2 is a council business matter, and item 7.3 is an appointment of an independent member to our CEO Employment and Remuneration Committee. So do I have a mover that we go into camera? Thank you, Councillor Allen, and a seconder is Councillor Buckley. Do you wish to speak? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? No? All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. I'll just wait on our technicians. Thank you, everybody, for your patience while we did our items in camera. For those who still may be listening, and we can. Councillor Crook, please. What I will say in thanking everyone for their attendance and their patience, that it was fortuitous to put an extra hour on the meeting, as we have only 5 minutes of that hour left. So at this stage, I will thank the officers and certainly those members of the public who came in to sit through most of the meeting. And of course, councillors, thank you all for your attendance and your work tonight. And I declare the meeting closed at 9:55 p.m.